slamming doors. I blinked and it's over. I don't feel like I felt before. Wish I'd do it all over. You never know just what you got until it's gone, 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 gone. You never know just what you got until it's gone, 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 gone. You used to call, I wouldn't pick up. You used to say, you know I'm the one. I used to think you're just for now, just for now. But then it came all the slamming doors. I blinked and it's over. I don't feel like I felt before. Wish I'd do it all over. You never know just what you got until it's gone, 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 gone. You never know just what you got until it's gone, 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 gone.
Shooting stars and supernovas, they don't take my breath away. But your green eyes, dream lights, is the kind of
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday night speedrunning here on the Nick Coffee stream. A little choppy on my end. I don't know if that's thing for the stream. I do recall that live split but yeah, I guess we'll get started and see what happens. I don't know. Everything else on my computer is running fine. Just screen super choppy going out, but it could look fine on your end. No idea. And then when I watch it on, yeah, see when I watch it on Twitch, it actually looks alright. Okay. Could be wrong. OBS looking really, really weird. Weird. This is getting bad again. It's been fine for ages. Oh, okay, I think it's all stabilized. I think we're good. Stick on my headset. I'm gonna grab my string deck and I'm gonna push that all important go button. Evening, everybody. Welcome to today's stream. We are once again back on Metal Gear Solid 2. Desperately trying to get that sub 105 run done. Because that's the point. I want to, with each of the games that I'm doing in the Master Collection, I kind of want to get each to a point where I'd be happy to submit something to the leaderboards. The exception might be MGS2 because prior to doing this, I'd been doing a lot of MGS3, although not necessarily on very easy. I'm actually not sure. That's a good point, actually. I'm not sure with MGS3 whether or not I'd actually whether or not I've actually got anything on very easy. Single segment, very easy. PC, I am not on the leaderboard for the PC very easy HD collection. I thought I was. I should be for console. I should be for console, because back when I did Xbox Series S. Yeah, I'm 6th. I'm 6th on the console leaderboard. I'm also the only runner on the console leaderboard that used turbo. Howdy Beardson. Hey Cosmic Varanus. Silent. Good to see you all. All right, let's do you want some funky tunes? Yeah, you do. You'll get them. You'll get them soon. You'll get them like about now. There we go. There's some of them funky tunes. That's what you were waiting for, right? Bum bum bum. So yeah, even when I get to I've got a load of notifications on I got a load of notifications on speedrun.com. Curious what they are. I've still got some I've got a couple of Pampas and Celine runs to verify, and they've been there for ages. I feel really bad, but I keep forgetting about them. New world record for Dastardly and Muttley Dreamcasts. Actually, 3 of those notifications are new world records in Wacky Races Time, Dastardly and Muttley. One of them is the this MGS3 but normal PC. The world record has been beaten. Wahoo! So I hope you're doing great. I do just want to put out a quick test message. Hi all. I haven't yet fixed that any message I send out will appear on the stream 3 times. It should still be sending 3 times. There we go. But one of my messages didn't go to YouTube earlier, but it has now. So all seems to be a-okay. Thoughts on the new MGS2? There's a new MGS2. There's a new MGS2 time save. I heard about the MGS1 PC. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm assuming you're talking about the original PC version of MGS1. So to tell the story for those who haven't heard, House Test found a new time save for the original PC version of MGS1. It's not a trick, it's not a glitch. Basically, because it's a really old PC game, with the original retail edition, which I have in there, but you can't see it. I have the original retail CD. MGS thing one is I have to agree. Basically, the original retail disc edition, because it's so old and because computers back then, we're talking 2000. I think the original PC version came out. Hang on, if we're doing a bit of chat before we start. There we go. Oh, that's better. So it had I think it's called a minimum install option, where basically it installs the absolute minimum required files to make the game run, and as a result, I believe the main thing that it doesn't install or doesn't save are all of the voice lines, or a lot of the voice lines. And what it basically means, I haven't looked into it too far, so if anything I'm saying here is incorrect, that's because I haven't looked into it. This is just from the quick bit of reading that I did. My understanding is that then whenever any in-game scenes play out, so I call them in-game scenes because they're scenes that are running in-engine. They're not pre-made cutscenes. So, for example, in prison, when Otacon comes to visit, you have a cutscene with him. You have a pre-rendered cutscene with Otacon, and then once that cutscene ends, you are back in game engine, but Otacon speaks his lines and he says, oh dear, he's coming back, I better get going. And Snake goes, wait, and then you take control of Snake. That little interaction there, that's what I call an in-game scene. I don't actually know if they have a proper technical term, but basically what I believe this minimum installation does is it cuts out those voice lines. Those voice lines don't exist. And in most in-game scenes, if a voice line doesn't exist, if a voice line doesn't exist, or if a voice line is cut short, it will just skip the scene. The scheme will just progress onwards. Now, if you've ever watched me do a PC very easy run, you'll know that we can use alt tabbing or Windows tabbing or something to take the focus away from the game and then go back in. And by doing so, you skip that line of dialogue. You can use it in for any percent before the big change to how the area reloader works. It was used quite a lot in Very Easy Any Percent. In Very Easy Any Percent now, it's only used like twice to skip the ninja's dialogue when he rescues you, because Very Easy is the only difficulty where the ninja rescues you from prison. And there's one more, but I can't remember where it is. I can't remember what the other one is. In all bosses, there's a few more cases to use it just to skip those bits, because it's bits where the area reloader wouldn't work, but that does. And from my understanding, what this minimum installation does by removing that dialogue is it basically means Grey Fox Rex. No, because for Grey Fox Rex you use the area reloader to skip it now. Before the area reloader was assigned to a hotkey, when you had to open the pause menu and load a blank save file, yes, the Grey Fox Rex speech, you would alt tab through that speech to interrupt those lines of dialogue and cut them. And I believe depending on how long it ends the file. So for that speech, if that speech is all one big long sound file, you skip it once, you alt tab out once and alt tab back in, and it skips the whole thing. But if that speech is made up of multiple sound files, you would have to skip each one. It would just go to the start of the next one. The problem with alt tabbing has always been a little bit dangerous in MGS1 PC. Firstly, it can only be done on the Reddit Oxide version of the game. It can't be done on GOG. That's what I'm hoping. It can't be done on GOG. It can only be done on the Reddit Oxide version. And the problem is, because of the way you're alt tabbing out, sometimes you'll alt tab out and tab back in, and it's really fast and it works. Which is why I call it Windows tabbing, because rather than alt tabbing out, the quickest way and the safest way is actually to hit the Windows key twice. By hitting the Windows key, you open up your start menu, which takes your computer's focus away from Metal Gear Solid, and then tap it again, and it'll go back to Metal Gear Solid. The problem is sometimes you'll do that, and it'll just work. It'll just ignore it for a second and then bring it back. Sometimes when you do it, when it tries to go back, it kind of has to, because you're in a full screen game, it kind of has to not relaunch, but it kind of has to like refocus and minimize it, bring it back out, and you can very easily lose time doing the trick. But with this new thing, you don't lose any of that time, because the file isn't there in the first place. You don't have to alt tab out; it's now done automatically. And for what I read, it saves about 40 seconds on MGS1, and a little bit longer, a little bit more on all bosses. To say how I feel, so sort of, and the way that this is being done, by the way, because of course that installation only works with the original retail edition of the PC version. So unless you've got the original retail disc, like I do, which you can't install that disc on modern PCs. It won't work. It's not supported. I've tried. It doesn't work. But what people have done is they've installed the retail disc elsewhere, saved copies of the files that it's amended, and then going into the installation for either the GOG or the Reddit Oxide version and copying those files in and replacing the existing files, and that works for those versions. So yeah, as I say, it should automatically save some time. Now, from the next part of what I then saw on MGSR Discord and on speedrun.com forum post that was about it, some people have been experiencing crashes with certain lines of dialogue. Which obviously isn't good. I don't know if that's been resolved. I think one of the resolutions that I saw people looking at was working out exactly if it's consistent, that if there's a consistent line of dialogue or that crashes, then you try not to replace the sound file that's in. So you replace all of the sound files except that one, that by replacing that you get a crash. And that's the fix for that. How do I feel about it? The fact that it's taken me so long to explain this to you, the fact that I've had to talk about how you might have to change only certain files and not other files, so that you don't get crashes and all. I just, like, I get it. We want to run the game as fast as possible, and if that's what people want to do, then all the more power to them. Yeah, I've always said with speedrunning, if you want to you speedrun games how you want to play it. You play them how you want to play them. You know, I hate people who call out speedrunning and say, oh, you shouldn't be allowed to cheat. It's what speedrunning is. But for me, this is just, it's too much faff. It's the barrier for entry for MGS1 PC is already stupidly high. It's a janky ass port to begin with. Really, to play it properly, you need to patch it with B-Man's patch. Now, if you want to be if you want to be competitive, it's not that much of a problem. You have to install the analog patch so that you can use the analog stick. It apparently only really makes a difference in a couple of rooms. I've never been that fussed by it. But it's certain files not being present causes a crash or softlock, so the fix is replacing those individual files one by one. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, I love the sort of deep dive into that sort of stuff. You know, I love seeing the sort of process of going in and really nailing everything down like that. But as I say, for me, this is just making the barrier for entry to a game that is already a pain in the arse. You know, we've been dealing with crashes in this game for so long. We've dealt with, you know, people struggling to install it, struggling to get LiveSplit to pick it up because it's so jank. And you know, trying to get a controller to work with it, and it's just another thing. And I think now, particularly with the ease of access of the Master Collection, how good playing the original on emulator is, I just think that MGS1 PC now is going to be for the purists. It's going to be for the people who really, really care about that version of the game. And after playing the Master Collection for so long and playing on my PS TV and playing emulate, this just puts me off playing MGS1 PC now. It's a pain in the arse. I get frustrated with it anyway, and I can't be bothered. And it's also you're removing parts of the game. The game is being okay. The reason why that this has been deemed legal is because it was actually it was part of the game installation when it was originally released. So there is a legal way of doing it. Apparently this isn't new. This is something that's been rediscovered. Someone actually did this a long time ago, but no one really paid any attention to it because it wasn't deemed important. It's only recently that House has been looking into it again and realized, oh, actually this is something that could be used. Yeah, everything, and that's the other thing. Actually, B-Man hits it on the head. That is the perfect description for it. Because of this now, and I believe that to my understanding, this isn't only going to apply to very easy. This will apply to every single difficulty. Every single difficulty will be allowed to make use of this change. Hey, Beskar. every single difficulty will be allowed to make use of this change. That's every single category on MGS1 PC will be able to do this. And there are tons of different categories on there. You've got any percent for all difficulties. You've got all bosses for all difficulties. And you've got any percent and all bosses alternate round for all difficulties. There are so many different categories. And as B-Man says, all of this is happening. All of these records are going to be irrelevant because there's now a free time save. And it's got nothing to do with gameplay. It's all about installing and changing some files. As I say, I get it. And if you're into... I talked about that today on Discord, going back to Snake Eater 3D. I'll talk a bit more about that. As I say, this isn't me saying that I don't think people should do it, and if other people like doing this and want to do it, then I'm not trying to put anyone down or anything like that. I'm just saying it's not for me. I'm no longer interested in it. I'm no longer interested in MGS1 PC. It's a pain in the arse. It's and just more and more of the game is being stripped away. It's not you're barely playing the game, particularly any percent. You're barely playing the game anymore. And this is someone who pushed very easy. Like when B-Man first made the changes so that we could use the area reloader, I absolutely pushed it. I loved it. I rooted it. I rooted all bosses. I really made something out of it, and I've got the very easy update video on YouTube. It's one of my highest watched videos on YouTube. Using all of the stuff that I did in any percent. When the Boba Skip came out, I became the first person to beat the game in under 30 minutes. I loved it, but the more and more that's happened to MGS1 PC as I've sort of started to drift away from it, I just... The area reloader was a mistake. Like the whole analog stick patch. I remember you saying it at the time. B-Man was the one who figured out how to correct the analog patch. So if you've ever played the original MGS1 PC, you cannot use 360-degree analog. You can only use 8 directions because the developers fucked up. And I believe from what you said at the time, it was like one little bit of code. One little bit of code just needed to be changed because it was all there ready to go. They basically forgot to switch it on. That's probably not exactly what happened, but for what needed to be done, that was basically it. And afterwards, the community agreed, yes, you can now use the analog. Now you can use the analog patch, so you can have full 360-degree analog movement in the PC version as was originally intended. And even B-Man said, this is a mistake. This shouldn't be in. It's one time where it's one time like with those kind of things where I really respect Jaguar King, because he has the same sort of idea. It's you're manipulating the game. You're changing the game what it fundamentally is. If you're messing up with files and patching it and stuff, and as I say, this is me coming from someone who embraced area reloader. Yeah, I remember him saying, no, I'm voting no on this because you are changing the way the game controls. You can say that this is how it was intended to be, but that's not what it was. As I say, everyone is different. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, and if the community agrees that this is what is going to go forward with MGS1 PC, then that is what will happen, and I will. I'm more than happy to go with it. I've always with MGS. We're about to play MGS2, and I've always said with MGS2, I'm uncomfortable, or uncomfortable is not the right word. I'm not a fan of the fact that we're allowed to use turbo for in-game stuff. If it was me with MGS2, Turbo would be allowed to skip cutscenes and codecs. I don't mind the fact that we can use it to skip through codecs instead of double tapping triangle, because it's not a gameplay thing. It's just skipping through dialogue. That's not gameplay. I have no issue with using it to survive torture, particularly on the higher difficulties, because on European Extreme, Solidus's torture is almost impossible. I have no issues with that at all, because also, if you're running this over and over and over again, constantly mashing is just going to cause you an injury. I have no problem again with turbo stopping people from injuring themselves. But I'm not a fan of turbo being allowed for gameplay. I don't particularly like that we can use it for the Harrier. Okay, you can't do the best Harrier trick without it, but I'm not a big fan of it for that. I'm not a fan of it for the sniping section, but I use it because it's legal. If it's legal and that's how people have said they're going to use it, I'm not going to put myself at a disadvantage because I don't agree with it. I will agree with what the rules are. I'll go with what I don't have to agree with the rules, but I'm still going to abide by them. And if a tool is available, I'll use it. And I do. I enjoy using it. I just don't really think it's not really it's not really in, but for me it's not in the interest of the game. It's like twin snakes. In Twin Snakes, there was always a bit of a thing if you're on emulator as whether you were allowed to disable fog. Fog on the GameCube, fog is kind of like an inbuilt thing in the graphics. So you actually use the GameCube's own sort of fog generator or fog setting, or whatever it is, to create fog in your games. And in the emulator in Dolphin, there is you can just turn fog off in any game that you're playing. And some people in the community who were running Dolphin on not as good machines wanted us to be allowed to switch fog off because the frame rate would improve. And you could also see better in the game, because if you've seen Twin Snakes, you'll know when you're outside, like fighting the Hind D and on the walkway, you can't see shit. The fog is terrible. However, when a vote came forward to say should we vote to allow people to switch fog off, I voted against it, because for me, battling with the fog, dealing with the lack of vision, that's part of the gameplay. That's part of what the game was designed with, this fog to be here. The game wasn't designed... If there was an in-game toggle to turn the fog off, great. Switch off fog. In the same way that you can switch off blood. Switch off fog. But there isn't. The game was designed for you to have to deal with the fact that your vision is impacted by this fog. And you have to be able to play to that. I wasn't just about to start running. I always get started on there with some chat first. Yeah, that's for me. As I say, for me, I am a little bit more of a purist. I do like, yeah, that is also it is also annoying, because the game runs so much better on the latest version of Dolphin. I think a situation like that is very difficult. It's difficult to, because it wasn't anybody's fault. It wasn't anybody in the speedrunning community's fault that that Dolphin 5 was faster. I think wherever possible, you should always try and make emulation as close to console as possible, because for me, in an ideal world, if the emulation is that good and you can get it to a state where emulation and console are pretty much lined up, then there's no need for two different categories. And you've only got to look at the MGS1. I think it's the MGS1 boards. It might be I don't know if it's the MGS1. I'll post a link to it if I can find it. I can't remember if it's the PC boards. Oh no, it's just the board. No, because PC and MGS1 PC and MGS1 console are all the same. You've only got to look at the MGS1 board on speedrun.com to see that it's a complete mess. Like, all the buttons across the top, it's so janky, and there's so many options and things. I hate to think how many different categories there are. I don't think I could work out how many different categories there are on that board. My message Oh no, my message did go to both YouTubes. Only showing up on one on where I posted it. No, maybe that's by design. And if so, that's good. Anyway, tangent. There we go. So yeah, that's so. Yeah, if you could make it so that emulator and console kind of matched up, that gets rid of some of that gets rid of a bunch of categories and combines everything and makes everything a lot tidier, and it makes the barrier for entry easier, because then you can go, right, here's a leaderboard and you can play this on this system, on that system, you can use emulation, you can do this, you can do that on PC, whatever. For me, I always like to see the barrier for entry to any speedrun to be as simple and as clean as possible, because that's going to encourage more people to get it. I would not be surprised if there are runners who have gone to that MGS1 board, looked at that page and just gone, no, what the hell am I trying to do here? Which category? What am I doing? Maybe, I don't know. This is just I have no evidence to back that up. I've never had anyone come to me and say, "Oh, Nick, I watched a tutorial on MGS1, but then I went and looked at the boards and was like, no, thank you. That's too much to handle." I don't know, but for me, that would put me off, because I'd just be like, I have no idea where to even start. Yeah, my thoughts on that subject. I've been Nick Harpy Green. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Good night. No, but in all seriousness, I am going to push a button. Y'all ready for this? Running TTS on an 8-year-old emulator or on console, which can be expensive as fuck, is the main reason why TTS gets largely ignored. Yes, I would agree with that. Twin Snakes runs better on GameCube than Wii. My console runs are at a disadvantage because I don't have a GameCube. The advantage that Twin Snakes has is that Dolphin is a very good emulator. The disadvantage in that area is that to play it, you have to use the 8-year-old version of that emulator, not the most. That's not to say you couldn't use that. You can use the most current. You just have your loading times will be a bit lower. Also, most people, I'll put my hand up, I am included in that, hate the GameCube. I can't stand the GameCube controller. I hate it. The only thing that controller is good for is Smash Brothers. Yes, if you've ever seen me play on console, you'll know that I have an adapter. In fact, it's right here. It's right here. Look. Okay, this works on Wii and GameCube. It's called the Blue Retro. Is a little Bluetooth receiver, and goes into four different colored pegs. Each colored peg responds to a light that's on the front, and when you connect a device via Bluetooth to it, a light goes on. That light corresponds to which device that has been hooked up to. It's really, really good. I used this for my GDQ run. It's the only way. Without this, I would not have gone to GDQ. No word of a lie. Without this little thing here, I got this for, what, 15 quid off AliExpress, I think. Without this device, I would not have gone to Summer Games Done Quick 2023. The only kind of painful thing about it is to change the settings, you kind of have to connect it via Bluetooth to a web browser, which I didn't know was a thing before I got this. You can connect your web browser, Google Chrome can connect to devices via Bluetooth. But I couldn't get the Chrome version to work. It just wouldn't connect. And in the end, I have to change all the settings for this on my phone. It's a pain in the ass, but it works. Settings like changing the button configuration so that it matches correctly and stuff like that. Anyway, There we go. And that's the power of emulation as well. You have the ability to make those tweaks and adjustments that that make it easier for you. It's some people, you know, some people could quite fairly call me a hypocrite. I've said that I'm a bit of a purist and I don't like the idea of turning off fog and things like that. But when I'm playing Twin Snakes, even on a console, I'll use a DualShock and I'll have it like make it out to be MGS2 controls. Does that make me a hypocrite because I'll say that I think you should be playing it the way, you know, more like the way it was intended? Yeah, a little bit. I don't have a really good argument against that. I think my biggest argument against that would be it's legal, so I'll do it. In the same way, you know, that I said I don't like turbo affecting gameplay in MGS2, but it's legal, so I'll do it. For me, accessibility, as long as it doesn't affect the gameplay, is important. I wouldn't play Twin Snakes on a GameCube controller. I just can't use that damn controller. That's important as well. Yeah, muscle memory. It's really janky to play. 40 minutes in, you should bring back thoughts whilst doing the washing up. Thanks. Right, we are gonna do a little bit of boss survival first, mainly because I want to practice the there's no very easy. It should be all right. There's no very easy boss survival. I just want to practice guard rush mainly, and I think this is probably the easiest way of practicing it.
I've been with the unit since I was born.
Oh, you can in boss survival you can skip that dialogue.
Heidi High 300 just subscribed. 74 months of mixed monologues.
Yeah, my monologues. Oh, yeah, this is the other. Okay, this doesn't work because like the setup for each of these is completely different. Yeah, never mind. I'm not gonna use boss survival to practice. I suppose I can use boss survival to practice these shots. Oh, see, I'm so bad at that shot. So bad at the shooting those three guards. Maybe I should just blast. If I've got the ammo. If I've got the ammo, I should just blast it. Oh, I also don't have equip unequip. I have equip unequip on rather than previous. Was the name on that sub screen wrong? Oh, it could have been. That was awful. I've started, so I might as well finish at this point. Definitely okay. Yay, that's not working. Thanks, Lumia. God, Lumia, really, it's just shite. Can't wait to get rid of it. Oh, I'm out. Quick. Oh, he's still flying around. He's still doing his circuits. I'm waiting here thinking he's going to do his... He's still flying around. What are you doing? Here we go. I've been waiting for this. I'll mess it up anyway. If we can get a TTS mod for this stinger. I think the other thing with some of those things is if a mod like that was really popular and people enjoyed it, I don't see any reason you couldn't have a category extension. I don't think category extensions are utilized well enough in a lot of 5 amp. I don't think category extensions are utilized very well in a lot of situations. You can't just finish this by oh, that's M9 on there, that's not good. Yeah, you can't just Prozac skip your way out of this one. So I actually have no idea how this fight works. I've also got no rations and I'm nearly dead. So God only knows where this is going. There's a ration there. I should probably grab it before I die. Oh! You do not get many weapons in this, do you? I wonder if that's because I was supposed to like grab weapons from other fights. Like there might have been more weapons available in the vamp fight, and just because you finish it so quickly, you ignore them. And the RPG, I think the RPG, the grenade launcher might be available in the vamp fight. So I'm not doing very well here. Yeah, you are. I know you are because I saw you were playing it. Well, I saw you were playing it when I'd gone to bed because you're American, so you're so far behind me. I think I'm dead, aren't I? Yeah. One day I'll get to watch one of your streams, and I won't be asleep.
Snake, are you okay? Snake?
It was so bad you beat it in one sitting. I never really played the original Golden. I didn't have an N64. I never had an N64. I never really played GoldenEye. I never played, you know, Mario 64, any of that. I was a PlayStation boy. Anyway, that was really crap. So we'll try and load the fight instead and see if I can do better there. It should be in... Oh, there's no hold 2, so I'm assuming I've got to do... Oh no, not hold 2, deck 2. That's already a bad start, isn't it? See here, I've got 12 bullets, so I should just blast. However, whoops, I'm pretty sure in
Are you in yet? Have you made
I'm
it to
pretty
the
sure in the actual game I will not have that much ammo to do that. Oh, it's really warm this evening. I just want to check to make sure my window's open. It's so warm all of a sudden. It's been really cold these past couple of days, and now it's just absolutely red hot. My window was open, but it was only on vent. That eases it a little bit. Anyway, whilst I'm here, as we're already here, now is probably a good time to give this a practice. Nope, that didn't work.
With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands of Metal Gears that exist all
There we go.
over the world are
That did though.
no longer a threat. The blind rush
Okay, I missed him, but I got around him.
and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this.
And ha! I've been found. So that we can just try that one more time.
Snake!
Nostalgia is a powerful tool. Right, that was already set. That's fine.
Weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear.
Oop, not quite sure what happened there, but
With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation
I should just.
and it will be the Marine Corps
Yeah,
and
that's. Try tapping circle and L2 together instead of separately can make it easier.
Snake! Snake!
Try tapping. Oh, I see what you mean. It's like, for what?
as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear.
Ah,
With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears.
okay, I managed to freeze him somehow. Ah, don't freeze him. If you freeze him, you can't do it. It don't work if you freeze him, because he'll then just notice that you're there. He'll be like, hey, he's not holding me up anymore.
We initiated
Get him.
Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure.
Oh yeah, that's so much easier. Thanks, B-Man.
Stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear.
So if you... Oh my god, please.
With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no
Cool.
longer
So if you do accidentally freeze him, make sure you then take him out. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum. Get it? Like bum.
countermeasure to these pirated.
Oh, that's so much easier.
The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear.
That was not my intention. And now I'm under the level.
With Ray, the hundreds.
Luckily we can get out of this. I've got one USP ammo left.
Snake, are you okay? Snake!
Snake! Bum 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 bottom.
Initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure.
Oh, so much easier.
The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is
Blam 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 blam.
Snake, what's wrong? Snake!
Snake!
we initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can
Oops.
stand up to a Metal Gear is
Camera triggers when you let go of L2 to technically come second, even when you press them together. That's very useful to know.
with Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears
Oh,
that
helps if I
exist
do
all
this
over
right.
the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will
I'm getting the drop
Snake, are you okay?
down.
Snake! Snake!
So hopefully I can put it into the actual run, which would be which is obviously the intention here.
Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear.
There we go.
Ray,
That's
if not thousands,
essentially how it's done.
that exist all over.
Right. Time to put it all together. Oh, and this is the other reason why, if you are a speedrunner and you have the capability of doing it, you should always have your controller inputs on screen. A, and the main reason I'll always say is because you never know who might watch your run to try and learn something. And B, if you've got people who know what they're talking about watching you, they know what you're doing to give you advice. Right. Here we go then. I can never remember if I have to change that to. Oh, it's already on. Oh, it's already on previous because I loaded a save. But everything else there should be fine. All right. Load gam. You learn a little bit from me. I learn a little bit from you. Capiche? Tanker plants. You may have seen that over the weekend. I did actually get a new PB. My PB is now 1 hour 5 minutes 14 seconds. It's still not sub 105. That's what I'm hoping for this evening. Let's see if I can do it. 3, 2, 1, go. And they're off. Snake coming straight out of the gate. He dives onto that tanker.
All right, let's look at.
We're gonna have a look at their gear. Wearing those sexy sunglasses. And he is off. It's a beautiful day for a race. Except it's not. Because it's pissing it down with rain. Now this, you know this part of the run? I mean, it is how most people get into it. They'll run the tanker for a bit and then they'll plant. Unless you carry. If you carry, you do it the other way around. I don't know if carry's actually learnt tanker yet. Which is absolutely fine. There is no reason to if the plant's the bit you enjoy, go plant first. It's people like Snake. That's why. That's main. Actually, no. The reason for doing tanker first mainly is because it's short. Because it's short, it's really easy to sort of just repeat and get good at. And then you get into tanker and plant, and you're playing as a different character. So all that a lot of the muscle memory. Carry better now. I'm sure he will at some point. I know he said he's going to. I am going to be commentating for another one of his runs in a couple of weeks. Or it might be next. Actually, it might be this weekend. Yeah, it is this weekend. I think it's Friday night. Oh, bollocks! Cool. At least that was a headshot. Stay. Aww. Bitch. Stay. Oh, and she's gone low. Oh, what are you doing? She freaking dodged. Did you think that? She freaking dodged it.
Whoever you are, you're not stopping.
She freaking moved ahead. I'm resetting. This is awful. What have I done? This is awful. Screw this. I'm going home.
Stop kidding around.
She was still got me salty. How can you be still salty over it? I was never salty to begin with. That was really bad aim. That was just awful. So bad. I'm better than this. I'm not. Not that much better. MGS2 was always my weak. It's weird because I'm really good at like getting headshots and stuff in Twin Snakes. And it's the same engine. You'd have thought I'd be good at this. I'm really not. Alright. 3, 2, 1, go. She is sneaky.
All right, let's look at.
I think that the main thing that MGS2 has going for it is for its time when it was first released, this was such an impressive feat of game design. It was incredible at the time. It was incredible. I think the gameplay and the story of MGS3 is better and surpasses it. But as I say, for a game of its time, MGS2 was just. It was the shit. It was like, how can you do this on the this little PS2? It was incredible. At least I still got right side auger. It's because I can't do fast left side auger. Right, let's get that first headshot. This headshot here as she runs forwards is the important bit. If you can get this right. There we go, like that. Right in the jaw by the looks of that was. There you go. That's how that fight should go. Swing. Can I get the drop? Yeah, I got the drop. That was nice. tiny little time save, and there's not really much you can do to it. It's a bit random as to whether you'll get it. The shoot button has to be hit on the exact correct frame. So all you can do is just mash turbo and hope you get it. That's all it is. It's just hitting the, whilst not having a weapon equipped, hitting the weapon button on exactly the right frame as the drop's gonna start, and it just cancels the drop. It cancels the little sort of bunny hop that Snake does to get off. I don't know if Raiden can do it. Bum, bum. Yeah, a bit like that. Oh, I thought I was too late on that, but it's fine. Can't even, you know what? I can't even remember how you do the engine room. It's been that long. Things like little things like that. I talk, you know, I've done a bit of moaning about, you know, changing game files and altering, you know, whether we toggle fog on and off and stuff like that. Those are the things that I like in speedrunning. That the Prozac skip there, is a fantastic example of what I really enjoy about speedrunning. Those little things. We just skipped a whole room because someone worked out how to get through a door that you shouldn't be able to get through. That's cool. That's gameplay. That's speedrunning for me. Prozac skip is speedrunning. Boba skip. Boba skip is speedrunning. This is already better, and I've got a bit of ammo to slam. Nice. It was okay. Apparently it could have been 5 seconds faster, but it was okay.
Warning. Warning. Incoming
Oh, damn.
651 viewer raid from Jaguar_King.
Welcome, Raiders. Jag, thank you very much for... Thank you very much for your raid of 651 viewers. As a relatively small streamer, that's a very big number for me. I am currently... Sorry, I'm a little bit overwhelmed by that. Welcome, everyone. I hope you're all doing well as well. I am currently running Metal Gear Solid 2. As you can probably tell, you know, you're probably a smart bunch of people. I don't think you need me to tell you that I'm running Metal Gear Solid 2. I'm playing the Master Collection, and I am trying to get sub 105. But this is all for a much bigger cause. I am attempting, I'm relearning and practicing all 5 games in the Master Collection with the intention at the end of that to run all of them back to back. We'll skip that save boss. Yeah, to run all of the games back to back in one sitting, beating the current world record, which is just under 5 hours. So we are, you know, going through each individual game. Obviously, I'm on MGS2 at the moment. I'll be doing little sort of trilogy and duology speedruns in the middle of it. But as part of this Pentalogy series, I am also raising money for charity. I might talk a little bit more about that later. Oh,
new follow-up.
Oh God! I didn't realise they just played over the top of each other. Thank you very much for the follows, everyone. Very much appreciated.
New follower.
I hope you're enjoying the new follower. And as the screens in the game said there, I am Nick. I'll be green. Wrong button. JFX995, thank you very much. Woodrow Jenkins, Circus to Earth Missile. The Killer 3669, thank you very much. It's really difficult to concentrate on both at the same time. I have slowly been working towards follower goals, so you guys are really helping with that as well. Thank you. But yeah, it's wonderful to have so many people here, and yeah, I hope you all enjoy yourselves here on the Nick RP stream. We'll grab the M9.
Follower.
Oh, I did not exit. I did not exit the tanker with the M9 on my previous. That's okay. And here comes the elevator. We'll do a little aerial onto that. Well, and we are arriving on the roof. Onto the roof. Under here. And more codecs. If you know anything about Metal Gear Solid 2, you will know that the opening of the plant section is just absolutely full of codecs and cutscenes. And in fact, here's our next cutscene and codec and follower. Thank you very much. So we get through that one, and we'll head out onto our first connecting bridge. And of course, we get another codec and cutscene. Thankfully, we can get through them pretty quick. Okay, we're done with the codecs and cutscenes for a good 10 seconds. Let's count 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And our next cutscene and codec combination. And we'll have a look at Bliskin's face, and we're done with that one. 3, 2, 1. We have our next codec. 3, 2, 1. We have our next cutscene. Don't worry, we're almost done. We are almost done. I'm going to cross this bridge, right? Now, there's no more codecs and cutscenes on this bridge. Promise you. And when we first get into Strut C, there's no codecs and cutscenes. We're all good, see? Just going for a stroll through the dining hall. It's all good. We're just having fun. And now we're into another codec and cutscene section. There you go. There's the codec. Here's some cutscenes. Luckily, we can skip that cutscene. If you play new game, you can't skip that cutscene. There's a nice shot of Stillman's face. Right. We are now kind of out of the tutorial section of this run, and we can just get on. There are some more codecs, but we can now, for the most part, just get on with the run. Our first codec comes here. I just opened a door. What do I do now? This is Raiden. I've entered the BC connecting bridge for the second time. This is Raiden. I've been spotted by an enemy camera. This is Raiden. I just shot a guard. This is Raiden. I've gone through another door. Luckily, we don't get a codec for every single one of these bombs. We are defusing bombs at the moment. A large portly man has planted a bunch of bombs around the big shell, and we now one on each strut. We now have to go and disarm them. Not properly disarm them. We just spray them with our coolant spray, and that very quickly just freezes them, you know, for them to be disarmed properly later. Into strut A. I believe this one does have a codec at the end of it. We're going to be sneaky with this one. Gonna run up here, grab some SOCOM bullets. We're going to introduce a little glitch called the coolant rise. You can completely cancel the animation of Raiden standing by equipping and unequipping the coolant spray as you do so. gives us a little bit of a time save. And then as we approach this one, the game wants you to go all the way around some pipes. Wants you to go down that pipe there.
Follower.
Bam, 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 bam. But instead, we're just going to go here. I think I'm hitting it. No, it's on the other side of that little block. Dice TV, thank you very much. Not too far forwards. That should... I think that's right. Now, you should be able to hear it. I'm not... Come on. There we go. That's now correct. That's going to be a bit of a time loss. And back again. We'll use the same coolant rise trick. Get Raiden to stand up nice and quickly. And get out of here.
New follower.
Mr. Balticus. That's a lovely name. Mr. Balticus. I like how formal that name is. Yeah, you kind of want, for that trick to work properly, you kind of want Raiden's... Oh, shoot him. Oh, you got me. You kind of want Raiden's knees to be in line with the line that's on the floor. Web Talks, thank you very much. And down. And here is our next bomb. Who's there? It is I, Raiden Stomp. Raiden Stomp! And we're almost up. We've only got 2 more bombs to go. We have the EF connecting bridge. We get a call from Rose, and Rose is all like, Jack, do you remember what day it is today? And Jack is like, Rose, I'm on a mission. Shut up. He doesn't say that, but he should. Everyone knows that he should. That's what he should have said. Do a roll here to grab that Claymore. We don't want to get hit by that Claymore. I'm going to use that Claymore in a little bit for a nice little strat. And we now head into Strutty Parser Room. This Parser Room, for the route that I'm doing, there's 2 different routes in MGS2. There is clockwise and anti-clockwise, depending on how you go around the strut. So I've gone anti-clockwise, and as a result, Strutty becomes the most important strut for some time saves. If you couldn't rise after the pipe, then position should be good without any movement. That's good to know. Thanks, B-Man. Cartwheels, and the bombs here are always in the same place. On this difficulty, at least, anyway. This is the very easy difficulty. The only reason I'm doing very easy is because I've only ever learnt very easy and normal. Once all of this is over, once I've finished with the five runs, the Pentalogy series, as I'm calling it, I intend to come back to MGS2 to learn European Extreme. Oh, hang on. I need box 3. Very important that I've got box 3 there. I do intend to come back and learn European Extreme, because I've already learned Extreme on MGS1, and I've learned European Extreme on MGS3. So the intention will then be to do an Extreme or European Extreme trilogy run of the 3 of them, which I think would be really cool. Little conveyor glitch. We shoot over here, and that allows Raiden to get... Oh, whoops. Should allow him to get up on top of there, but I then... messed up and fell off. Going to get the cardboard box out, box 1, and run straight into there. Completely skips the having to go along the conveyor belt and in and out of the room and all of that. Whoops, wrong way. I might need to shoot that guard.
Who's there?
I am going to shoot that guard. There we go. Grab sensor B. Grab sensor B now before we're being told to, because it cuts out a cutscene, or a codec, rather. Take that guy out. Ignore this camera. Whether it sees me or not isn't a problem. And we've got our final bomb of just sort of going around and checking out the bombs. There's still a few more bombs to defuse after this. We're going to hop down here. Grab. Open this vent.
Who's there? Who's that? Enemy sighted.
Spray him to stop him from calling in on the radio. and then shoot him as we change weapon. He did start his call. No problem. The guards come from the door immediately above me. They don't come from the door I'm heading to. But that's it. We have now successfully defused all of the bombs that we currently know about. So as we head out to the DE connecting bridge, we're going to get a call to tell us that there is another bomb. A bomb that our detector can't detect. Detector B can detect this bomb. That's why we've got detector B now, because it sniffs out a different scent. So we need to head back to strut A. Well, I'm going from D to E, which you might think that's not right. But then you might remember, oh, there was that parcel room earlier. Yep, we're going to use the parcel room trick again. Use the other box to go directly to strut A. So again, stand here, shoot up. You don't actually have to shoot. You can unequip. Get box 3 out, and we're now in the pump room, and we can move on. Equip the box here. Equipping the box puts Raiden's trigger point slightly lower to the ground, and as we're going down in a lift, it means it hits triggers quicker. We are talking minuscule amounts of time saved with that trick. Milliseconds at best. But we do it because we're speedrunners, and that's what we like to do. Rolls, sorry, give them a correct term. Aerials. These are called aerials. I'm gonna spray that sucker. Oh, stop too quickly. Unfortunately, because of that error in strut A, I am now behind. It's probably gonna be difficult to pull that time back. We'll see what happens. Another codec call. Now we have our next boss fight. It's not really much of a boss fight, because this fight is completely on rails, and we can't damage Fortune. Fortune is invincible. So I've punched 3 times, moved into the center. Hopefully this is going to force Fortune to do exactly what I want. She can shoot me and shoot the light. Oh, she hasn't shot the lights above me. That is unfortunate. Oh, she shot that one. She started laughing, so I'm going to move forwards. We want her to destroy a certain number of items, and her shooting the 3 lights out is the fastest way of getting her to do that. But sadly, I'm not quite sure where I went wrong, but she did not do what we wanted her to do. Yeah, I'm going to lose a little bit of time on this fight. She shot both of those barrels. And I just need to wait for her to just destroy stuff now. Ideally, just stand in one spot and let her keep blasting. There we go, she's done. Okay, so it wasn't as big a time loss as I thought it could have been. Right, we've got 1 more bomb. And then 2 more bombs, and then we're done with bombs, I promise. So now I need to make our way all the way back over to the parcel room. Oh, just clicked that claymore. There's another claymore here. I've got iframes getting up, so we can just run straight through that one. And in this section, we are going to utilize the power of the almighty god item, the cardboard box. Cardboard box is a very, very powerful item in this speedrun. Not like that, it's not, though. That was pretty poor. It can make guards just turn and run away. There he goes. Like, it's a box, I'll run away. Rather than shoot it, I'll just turn around. Because we're on very easy, alerts mean nothing. The moment you leave an area, you're done. The alert wears off. a huge fan of playing on the easiest difficulty, but because I'm intending to run all 5 games back to back, the fastest way of doing so is to run them on the easiest difficulty setting. But MGS2 very easy is a very competitive speedrun. It is one of the most popular in the series because it's a really good entry point to the series. I'd still say MGS1 is a better entry point, but a lot of people prefer starting with MGS2.
New follower.
Stand man down. Thank you very much. And here's the man who's been planting all those bombs. He is a fat man.
New follower.
Shoot him in the head. Turn around and disarm this bomb. Shoot him in the head again. Try and get above him so he goes down. He hasn't. That's him out of action. And then we'll just spray this last sucker. And that is Fat Man. We now need to... One last bomb. I think I lied earlier with the number of bombs that were left. NWO Big Popper Pump. Thank you very much for the follow. That is a name and a half. And now some more exposition. As if you hadn't had enough exposition. Here's some more. So we have a new mission now. We finished with the bombs are all done. There are no more bombs. We are now going into the disguise section of the run. We're going to dress up as an enemy soldier. This cyborg ninja that we've met up with is going to give us some clothes. But we need to go and find the weapon. And then we need to get into the Shell 1 core. Because we're going to go and find another informant so we can have some more exposition. Richard Ames. Now, this portion of the speedrun does get a lot easier. No, not a lot easier. A little easier. A little easier. Or a portion that's coming up gets a little easier if you play the game just a little bit later at night. Which I am not doing. If we do a second run this evening, we might get to see it. I'd say if we do a second run. I will definitely be doing a second run. At the moment, this is not looking like a sub 105. I've got work to do. These guards aren't too clever. They don't look at Raiden's sunglasses and go, "Hey, you're wearing sunglasses. That's not cool." Roll that, guards. It is slightly faster, very slightly faster to aerial everywhere, but only very slightly. And we go straight down to B2. We want an item from down here, and this is where we're going to use that claymore that I picked up earlier. So turn around, equip the claymore, plant it, and now shoot it. Make sure I don't get seen here. That's fine. I was a bit cautious there because on Thursday when I last ran this, I got seen. If you've got an alert and you're in disguise, the guards will realise that you are an enemy. But as soon as you get down to evasion, that's no longer the case. So we didn't have to worry about getting past any guards there. That's one of the reasons for that trick. But also, the elevator door doesn't close. You immediately get back in it. So it is slightly faster to do it that way. Now we need to get in. Use the retinal scanner to get inside. You are clear to enter. Welcome to Pizza Planet. Unfortunately, this isn't Pizza Planet. I'm sorry, I got you guys' hopes up. Right, let's find Ames. Ames is in a random location if you're playing on New Game Plus, which I am. I've not got a very good Ames location, have I? There he is. Aim the D-mic at him. You hear it's like click. It's because Ames has got a pacemaker. That's how we know that he's Ames. If you're playing New Game, Ames is always in the same location, right at the very south of the room. But we're not. We're playing New Game Plus. Because there's an unskippable cutscene in New Game, which is about 5 minutes. Unfortunately, Ames is dead. We met him, we had a chat, and now he's dead. Gone too soon, I think. And we've lost our balaclava. Oh. Didn't get the alert. We're done here now. We want to head over to Shell 2. For Ames. Can we get some F's in chat? F's in chat for Ames, please. Gone too soon. Taken from us. Before we can go to Shell 2, we need another weapon. Because there are some pesky... There's some more pesky bombs. Not the same kind of bombs. Semtex this time. We're not going to take out the bombs. We're going to take out the sensors that control the bombs. So we grab the PSG-1 sniper rifle. Make our way over to Shell 2? Well, yeah, Shell 2. But the Strut D, that is where the Shell 1-2 connecting bridge is. We don't use the pass room. Strut D is the only strut in Shell 1 where there isn't a corresponding box to get to it. I think if there was, it would be quicker. Yeah, it definitely would be quicker. Talk about if there was a box, we'd use the box. Depending on how long it took to get the box, where the box was located. That's one of the advantages of the anti-clockwise using the two different boxes. The two boxes that you get aren't too far out of the way. The Strut A box is a little bit out of the way, but it's not that bad. And we now move out onto the Shell 1-2 connecting bridge. We need to shoot some sensors. First one is on this cipher. I've got to make sure I shoot it and not shoot the sensor and not the cipher. Destroy the cipher and the bridge blows up. Oops. That one there. There's not that many on very easy. Chaff grenades. And now we have what I'm hoping will pull some time back. A reasonably fast boss fight. This is the Harrier, and I'm going to concentrate on this fight. It's a good start. If that hit lands, it didn't. I'm not quite sure what I hit there, but I didn't hit something. I didn't hit anything there. That was... Okay. Oh, he's up there.
I'll let you go out in style.
And hopefully that's it. Oh, it missed! Come on, land. Yay! Okay, we at least finished the fight before we went into the dodging the missiles phase. I got unlucky with a couple of those shots. They weren't particularly well timed, and therefore didn't quite land. Which is, I got the opening. The opening was very, very good. I got the the door I missed. The opening 5 shots were very good. It was everything after that just didn't quite work. And roll. And roll. I keep saying roll. Aerial. And aerial. And aerial. And up. I need to equip my chaff grenades here because I don't have them equipped. We throw chaff grenades. We're going to deliberately get spotted by this guard. Oh. I was not leaning up against that wall correctly.
Are you all right? Answer me. Right.
So that's first death of the run. Definitely not sub 105 now. Who's going to play it? That's better. Raiden has a bit of a slowdown with his animation, so we use the chaff. We keep equipping and unequipping the chaff grenade to cancel out that slight slowdown in the animation and reset it. Howdy, happy dudes. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We've got a big old happy stream here, so it's good to have a big old happy dude. Oh, I forgot to throw the second chaff grenade. I was so bamboozled by the arrival of Happy Dude that I completely forgot that grenade. So we're now in Shell 2. This is where the game starts to slow down a little bit. But we got first things first. We're gonna save the Prez, and that is the President's. No, not got very happy splits, unfortunately. But it's all right. This is just the practice run. The first one's always a practice, and then the second one's for real. It's gonna head down to the second floor basement. Sorry, first floor basement B1 because I'm bad. Go for a swim. And since, you know what, since I'm so far behind, this is the perfect opportunity to try and put into practice some of that there swim glitch that we were doing last week. I will be attempting the swim glitch. Oh, I think I know what you I think I know what that message is about. Language. I want to equip the Stinger in this role and then the Nikita. For those who don't know, Happy Dude is the head organizer of a speedrun marathon that's taking place in November, which is called Fast for the Kids 2, the Retro Masquerade. It's going to be all about retro games or spooky games. You can check it out on Angus. I've been calling it Oengus forever, but it's not pronounced Oengus, it's pronounced Angus. I didn't know this. I've been making a complete fool of myself for about 3 years, so that's good. Yes, the marathon is available. So if you go to Angus and just check through there, or someone might be able to post a link to it. Yes, Happy Dude is the head organizer. I am the head of tech for it. I've been creating the stream layout and the Node.cg package behind it. It's all coming together. I've also been writing the guides recently, and that's what Happy Dude was asking me about. Check it out on the submission site. No one can properly announce. Well, there's Angus had recently got reacquired or bought. It was owned by ESA, but ever since the EA controversies, EA's big ESA. I believe ESA has been trying to like get rid of assets, and so it was. It's been like recovered, and it's now owned by the people who actually manage and update it. And they added a blurb about how to pronounce it. So I read it, and it was pronounced Angus. I was like, oh, all right. We're gonna try the. As I said, we're gonna try the swim glitch. I'm not very good at the swim glitch, but I can pull it off. So the way swim glitch works is we're gonna try and swim into this corner. Not doing a very good job so far. So swim into the corner, and for some reason, when Raiden hits that corner, it causes him to rise upwards. Ooh. You can sort of see him starting to. I think I'm gonna reset it. Hey, there you go. Happy Dude has posted a link to this. So if you're around, I think it's the 2nd or 3rd weekend of November, and you've got a speed run that you'd like to show up, particularly if it's a retro game or a spoopy game, then get your submissions in. I'm terrible at this glitch. Also, I can't do it with the D-pad anymore. On the original PC version of... Oh, that was better. Oh, unfortunately, I accidentally hit up, which causes Raiden to come out. He's riding the wall. I get it. Because... Oh. This is why I don't usually do this glitch, because I am just bad at it. But I'm determined now. Oh. 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 There we go. And we're through. This cuts out this whole swimming section. I have not saved any time, by the way. We now go under here and up. Oh, I've not skipped this codec call. You should be able to skip this codec call with it, because I've not hit the trick. I'm on the wrong side of the door, I think. Yeah, that's why. There we go. And now we're in. Oh dear. And that's vamp 1. There we go. PS4 is definitely not retro. You are allowed to play re-releases of games. So for example, I've submitted MGS1 on the Master Collection on PC because it's just the PS1 game. That's acceptable. So yeah, that swim glitch should be an 18-second time save. As you can see, it added on an extra minute and a half. This is why I don't usually do it. Swim glitch is not the thing that's stopping me from getting a sub 105. Consoles that are 10 years, games that are 10 years or older is a good way of looking at it. That sounds pretty good for retro. Right, we now have an Emma on our back. If you ever have an Emma on your back, please seek medical attention. Unless your partner is called Emma and you want her to be on your back. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. Not all consoles with bits as a promotional buzzword were the only thing considered retro. So yeah, if you're playing a game on a PS4, but the game was originally released more than at least 10 years ago, that's fine. You can do that. Big, long exposition calls again. And we're back to swimming. Now, because we used the swim glitch, we've got a couple of doors to open. You would normally open these on the way in. Gonna go right here. Around here. Under here. Oh no, it's only that door. This door you do have to open, but that door causes a cutscene. So presumably the story flag suggests that door is now open. It's just the one door actually. We completely ignore Emma's well-being and just keep swimming even while she's slowly dying. As long as her health doesn't go under the A in her name, she's not going to slow down. I hate to tell you this, folks, but we're all getting old. I'm not afraid to admit it. I turned 35 this Sunday. 35. This Sunday, I will be halfway to 70. That is not a nice thought. Just very violently take this guy out. I don't think I'm going to be doing a birthday stream or anything like that. I might make a bit of a deal about my birthday on Thursday's stream. But we'll see. So we're just going to escort Emma. Being a dad to a teenager. So I don't have that issue yet. I'm quite happy being a dad to a 10-month-old at the moment. He's got his first proper session at nursery tomorrow. He had to say we went for an hour today, but that was mainly just paperwork and stuff like that. I didn't think I got all of that. Now I have it. It's when you see the black smoke. Oh, that camera spotted me. Took too long, that's why. That should be fine. There we go, we're good. Allowing re-release prevents just being a certain subsection of gamers. I thought this one we've had some jokes, we've had some laughs about long codecs and cutscenes. How about a nice 9-minute unskippable, relatively quiet sniping section? We're gonna take our time. We're just gonna chill out and enjoy the lovely piece of music that is Twilight Sniping. Absolute banger. So Emma is now crossing the oil fields, and there's going to be some enemies that I've got to snipe to make sure she survives. Got to be careful with where I'm aiming, because if I aim too close to Emma, if I look down the scope at Emma, it's very likely she'll fall over. It's like the game can, she can tell that you're looking at her and she gets nervous and she falls over. Now that Snake's called, I need to be ready over here. This is going to be a guard come around this corner. And there's going to be a guard up here. That should be it for guards. And I do believe it's there is a time save if I can do this without Emma either being spotted by guards or falling over. I almost always get her to fall over. See, replace the word Emma with any woman, and that is Otacon's mantra for life. Also, now that we're at a nice chilled out bit, I'll turn my pink light back on. I automatically have my light switch off when a raid comes in, and it should turn back on when the raid finishes, but it doesn't sometimes. Ah. Oh. At this Sega Pico I'm going to guess that the name of the runner is Broken Hyperlink, and the game is Sonic the Hedgehog's Game World. If it's not emulated, that would be a surprise. Nailed it. Funnily enough, I may have come across that runner and game combination before. Pretty sure it is emulated. It was certainly emulated for Pixel Perfect 4. It's a really cool run. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that makes sense. It is a really cool run because it's such a unique game. What I can tell you best of all is we already have the layout to support it. Because it is it would use the Nintendo DS layout, because it has the Pico chat needs 2 screens. You've got the game, and then you've got the book. The Sega Pico is a games console that you kind of it kind of has a slot to put a book in, and as you turn the pages, you like do stuff in the book. And what is happening? 200 people in chat. I got a very, very generous raid by Jaguar King earlier. I'm very, very grateful that so many people have stuck around. And hello, Caro. Welcome to the stream. So hopefully this is a time save. In fact, I know for a fact that this is a time save because I remember when my current PB is based on an offline run that I did. And in that offline run, right at the end, I was just waiting for Emma, and I decided to just look at Emma and zoom right in on her, just to sort of watch her animation. And of course, she fell over because I completely forgot. It could happen to you too, but only if you learn Tanker. Oh, that's great. We've talked about speedrun marathons. This weekend, I believe it's the Friday evening, around 8 p.m. British time. Caro is going to be doing a run of this run, although plant only and on the PS5, for Speed Docs, and I'll be joining him with I'll be joining Caro with commentary. So yeah, go check out that run. Caro is a very, very good runner, very funny runner. That was awful setup for that fight. Yeah, and go give Caro some love. Go give them some love. Give Caro a follow. They deserve it. Right. Unfortunately, Emma has been stabbed. And we need to get to her before she dies. That's basically it. She did. We're not saving her. She did. It's going to be cool. This is the third time we've done this combination now, I think. Oh, I have no ammo left. I need to swap to the SOCOM because there is one more of these that I need to... There we go. You must take out both of them. I don't need that AK ammo. I don't know why I grabbed it. Because as soon as you start the Tengu fight where we next need the AK, you already have a bunch of ammo. She's not dead for another... It's interesting that the game knows exactly how long it takes for her to die from a stab wound. I completely forgot about that save boss. And now we have some nice unskippable dialogue, but it does have one of my favorite lines in the game.
Jack the Ripper.
Submitting Mario 5.
You know this fellow?
Waluigi Punfest.
You remember me, don't you?
You remember me, don't you? Another Scooby-Doo moment. Oh, Mario Party 5. I was like, Mario 5? Is that what people sometimes call Super Mario 64? Mario 5? Is it Mario 5? What would be Mario 5? Would it be Mario Land 2? Legend of the Golden Coins? Roro!
Olga,
It's Rose!
they're bound to find you.
Listen, I'll free you in
Right. I'm not very. I don't do a very good Scooby-Doo. Oh, Yoshi's Island. Oh yeah, it would be Mario 64 because Yoshi. Oh no, yeah, Yoshi's Island. Super Mario World 2. Yeah, so you got. Yeah, but it's Super Mario World would be Mario 4. Super Mario World would be Mario 4. So Yoshi's Island would be Mario 5. Just like right now, we're playing Metal Gear 4. Or Metal Gear 5, depending on whether you count Snake's Revenge. Which we don't. Just to be clear, we don't. Oh, I hate that trick. I'm so bad at it. Oh, I got across. Okay, that's the important bit. As long as you can get across that ledge, that's the big time save. I lose a bit of time for not forgetting the alert, but it's not that bad. Oh yeah, Raiden's nude now, by the way, everybody. Don't freak out. Please don't freak out. Oh. Mario 5 would have to be a canonical connection with the previous games. You wouldn't consider VR missions the trick. Well, no, because VR missions is a side thing. It's not even a story in a game. It's an add-on. It's DLC essentially. Naked Ride. Hold select. Go straight into the Rose cutscene. Rose codec. No, it doesn't, because Yoshi's Island is its own standalone game. Yoshi's Island does count, because it's its own standalone game with a standalone story. VR missions doesn't have a story. It's a separate game, sort of. But it doesn't have it doesn't contribute to the plot. Yoshi's Island does. Is it not? Does Mario really have a canon? Like, really? Are we arguing the canonical legitimacy? Canonical. Are we discussing the canonical legitimacy of Mario games? Like, there's not a through line story in Mario, unless I'm mistaken. I could be wrong. Is there a through line story in the Mario series? Mario and Green go to save her. Oh, so I suppose Super Mario 3D World isn't canonical then. Alright, so we're now into Tengu's 2. You saw me skip Tengu's 1 by clipping through a door. We do that sometimes. We're now into Tengu's 2. Where all we do is we just need to kill a certain number of Tengu. There's a set amount of Tengus, and we want to kill as many as quickly as... Well, we want to kill them all as quickly as possible. And the quickest way of doing that is to just aim at this door, shoot them as they come out, and let Snake deal with the ones that come out the other side, because Snake is way better at this than we are. Any that hop the fence, fine. We'll just let Snake deal with them. Until no more are coming out. Like now. I think Snake's just... There we go. Done. Oh, we do genuinely have the best line of the game now.
Not a bad idea, though.
Your logic sucks. I'm gonna just flat out say it. Your logic for the canonicity of mainline Mario games sucks. Partly because there's no fucking canon. Canon is to do with storyline.
The result is a Foxhound Commando. When Foxhound no longer exists, a simulated Solid Snake shaped by VR regimen. Sound like someone you know, Jack? I'm sorry to see you.
Oh, this is unskippable, by the way. Just another section of unskippable MGS2. That's why MGS2 is so overrated as a speedrun.
It was obvious the Patriots were among my ranks.
Here it comes.
I had to smoke out the agent before the mission entered the final phase. You came in handy as bait.
I love that line. It's such a good line. It's such a good... Why was Solidus only in one game? It was so underused.
Between life and death. You ran from it. And now
Such a wonderful vocal performance. It's just... Oh, it's stupid. There was only once. Okay, this is the Metal Gear Ray fight. Don't blink or you will miss it. It's over pretty damn quick. We'll shoot that one in the face. We'll shoot that one in the face. I fucked up shooting that one in the face again. We'll shoot that one in the face. We'll shoot this one in the leg. And then we'll shoot it in the face. And that is it. I've got to stop messing around with Turbo.
Are you awake yet, Jack?
Good to see Charles wasn't late this time.
GW, the Arsenal AI is corrupted beyond.
Oh, yeah.
I admit that I underestimated you.
On Thursday's stream, I decided to install a mod. I say it's a mod. It's not a mod for the game. It affects the game outside the game, which allows you to change a bunch of names in the game. Like you can change your life bar name, you can change your O2 bar, you're limited to the same number of characters. So for life, I changed it to Nick because Nick fits. It's the same number of characters. And you can change the names of all 25 Rays. If you're playing on European Extreme, or Extreme or European Extreme, you have 25 Rays to fight. And you can change the names of every single one of their health bars. And I changed their names. And when we got to the fight, the first Ray was just missing. It was just gone. Just like the other two were stood where they should be, and right down, slap bang in the middle, empty space. It just didn't turn up. So at that point, I was like, okay, we're going to stop using this mod. We're just going to play the game normally. It's also a trainer mod, so it gives you access to, like, give yourself infinite ammo and stuff like that if you want to do training stuff. He was ashamed of his name. Yeah, we decided to go with different Rays that we could think of. So one was called Charles for Ray Charles. One was called Boyle for Charles Boyle from... No, I've gone the wrong way there. I'm going with Charles now. I'm too focused on Charles. Sorry. One was called Holt for Raymond Holt in Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I just went with a completely incorrect Brooklyn Nine-Nine character. One was called Hill because I know a guy named Ray Hill. Oh, we couldn't think of another famous Ray. Oh, one was called Romano because of Ray Romano. No. This is the final boss, by the way. I'm going to get right up close to him. Oh, I was hoping he was just going to try and kick me. Shoulder barge, though. And one more hit. There we go. And that is Metal Gear Solid 2. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Now, most of that time loss was down to... Oh, yeah, we called one Rayman.
Of course. This is where we first met.
So yeah, that's it. We now have 9 minutes of credits, which we're not going to sit through. There's no point in sitting through 9 minutes of credits when I have not got a PB. We will just, I will just, well, Alt F4. For that is the easiest way of getting out of this is to Alt F4 the game and just quit it. There's no point in trying to do anything else. Because we can't exit the game normally. I have a pink. Oh, Misfit Mascot relay. Ooh, the teams in schedule for Misfit Mascot Relay 4 has been released. It's the first Misfit Mascot Relay that I am not participating in. Oh, so that was an interesting first run. I've got to say, I was somewhat distracted that run by the gargantuan 651-man raid. So huge thank you to Jaguar King for that, and big thank you to all of the folks who have followed since the start of that. We're going to take a short break before I start again. We're going to do another run, and hopefully this next run will be faster. I probably won't do swim glitch. No, I'm not going to do swim glitch, particularly if I'm ahead. And we're going to try and get this. I've got 14 seconds. That's it. That's all I've got to shed. I've just got to cut out 14 seconds, and then we've got a sub 105 run, and I'll be happy with that. But this is the 4th stream of redoing MGS2. I'd like to move on to MGS3, because MGS3 we won't spend that much time on MGS3, because I'm always pretty damn good at it. I'm a world record holder in MGS3 for Keratons. Actually, I am still a world record holder for MGS2, but it's just a very, very obscure category. I am the original PC tanker easy difficulty blindfolded world record holder. I used to be the very easy world record holder, but that got recently beat. And I have routed the entirety of MGS2 very easy blindfolded. I've never run it all the way through in one go, but I have done the whole game blindfolded. Just never in one go. I do have my notes to go back to it. Someone has done it, actually. Someone not too long ago actually did the full run. It is available. I still need to watch it and see if there was anything that was different from what I did. Because a lot of the stuff that I did, I never published or never put anywhere, because I just kind of did it off my own back and never really went anywhere with it. Yeah, we are going to take a break. During that break, I did say when that raid first came in, I did say that part of the reason that I'm doing this, I'm doing this big long, building up all 5 games, and I'm going to do a bonus stream where I run all 5 games back to back in a big long sort of weekend stream. I am also raising money for charity as part of it, raising money for a UK-based charity called City of Sanctuary UK. If you've heard the news in the UK over the past few weeks, it's kind of died down now, which is really good. But a couple of weeks ago when I started this, the UK was hit with some really nasty riots.
New follower.
Nice little musical interlude in the middle, just to break up the nastiness of this. Yes, the UK was hit by a number of riots, which were pretty terrible, and the motives behind them have always been shrouded in bigotry, racism, and just a general, disliking of vulnerable people who come to this country seeking asylum, seeking help. And the charity that I'm helping to raise money for, City of Sanctuary UK, is a charity that works to make the UK a welcoming and safe place for the most vulnerable people in society, particularly asylum seekers who are trying to escape war. You've seen the war in Ukraine, you've seen the war in Gaza, and over the past decade or so, Afghanistan and the Middle East have been struck by terrible wars, and those people deserve somewhere safe to live, and that's what City of Sanctuary is all about. It's a charity that tries to make the UK a safer, more welcoming place for people in that situation. And given the riots and the sort of public discourse around it, I felt it was a pretty appropriate charity to try and raise some money for. So if you are interested in giving anything you can, it's always very much appreciated. Hopefully my charity message has... Lumia Stream just does not want to do anything today. Wait, have I not... Oh, actually, I may not have passed all of these over yet. No, I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. Yeah. I think I've screwed up somewhere. That should have given you a link. And I don't think I've actually got that command set up anywhere at the moment. No, probably not. Well, that gives me something to do at some point soon. Let me go find that message. It's because I transferred them all over to Caffeinated and then got rid of Caffeinated because it didn't do what I wanted it to do and I forgot to put them back. And I haven't got around to putting them onto StreamerBot yet because I'm now using StreamerBot. Let me just find the original message and we'll just use that instead. Commands, chatbot commands, charity. In fact, actually, I could just turn it back on Lumia Stream and send it again. And hopefully that'll work. Yay, there we go. So yeah, if you are interested in supporting the charity, huge thank you to Caro. They very kindly donated the first £15 a couple of weeks ago. But if you are interested, even if you're just interested in checking it out and having a look to see what it's about, then yeah, the link's in the chat now for you. If you're on YouTube, there is a link in the description of the stream as well. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back after a couple of ads, and then we're going to do run number 2. So if you've been enjoying Metal Gear Solid 2, don't go anywhere because we're going to get started after this.
Chasing every feeling in the dream lights. It's a story full of ages. You know you take my breath away. Through the lightning, through the danger. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I can be him, I can save you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I just wanna be that guy, you know. You know it's gonna send you out of your sleep. I can be the hero. Out of a dream.
I have some diamonds. They're not as fine as you. You put the time in, made all my dreams come true. And now that I got you, you're the one thing I can't lose. Yeah, now that I got you. Call it what you want, say it's a fantasy. I know what it is when you're next to me. It's so incredible. Yeah, it's so incredible. Call it what you want, say it can't be true. I know what it is when I'm next to you. It's so incredible. Yeah, you're so give me some time to let all your love sink in. I need a moment. Can someone pinch my skin? 'Cause now that I got you, you're the one thing I can't lose. Yeah, now that I got you. Call it what you want, say it's a fantasy. I know what it is when you're next to me. It's so incredible. Yeah, it's so incredible. Call it what you want, say it can't be true. I know what it is when I'm next to you. It's so incredible. Yeah, you're so incredible. Call it what you want, call it what you want. Call it what you want, call it
Welcome back everybody to Tuesday Night Speedrunning here on the Nikapi stream. We are going to go straight back into our second run of Metal Gear Solid 2 on what I'm hoping will be the last stream of just pure MGS2 in this Pentalogy series. Really do need to just get that sub 105 and all move on with our lives. So yeah, sit back, relax, change into some shorts like I just did because it's so warm, and let's get run number 2 underway. Oh, welcome back everybody. Cheers. Yes, I was getting so warm I changed into some shorts because it's very, very warm. I don't know why it's so warm. It's crazy. I've not known it to be this warm for a while. And even though it's August, you'd expect it to be warm. The last few days have been pretty crap. Now all of a sudden it's really warm. So yeah, there's that. All right, should we do this? Let's do this. Run number 2 of the evening. We've had our warm up. It went okay. Sorry. Hair on my tongue. Yeah. Bleh. Bleh. Enough of that. Right. Let's do this. I like shorts. They're comfy and easy to wear. They are. I love shorts. I wish I could wear them for work. But I can wear them for work when I'm working at home. All right. We start in 3, 2, 1, go!
2 years.
Oh. Something's not the auto splitter hasn't started. Live splits again. Oh, live splits, you stupid thing. What's going on? What's happened to you? It seems to only do this with MGS2. I wonder if there's something weird with MGS2. Embarrassing when an auto splitter can't auto split. What else is it going to do? Well, obviously we will reset.
Right, let's look at you.
We'll reset. Can't reset until game starts. There we go. Do we still get the... Oh yeah, L1, R1 up in the top right pause menu. Reset game. Every .com has its own Metal Gear. Imagine Twitch's Metal Gear. Twitch got rid of that terrible collaborator. No, Twitch have not yet got rid of that terrible collaborator setting that nobody wanted. They did announce they're bringing the gift sub bundle discount to more regions. So now if you buy a big chunk of gift subs, you get a discount depending on higher discount depending on how many subs you buy. I don't know. Maybe I should do September for the first time. I don't feel like I have a big enough audience to really warrant doing September. Also, I don't know when I do it, because the idea with the September is it isn't. I believe the idea is every time someone you start a stream and you say you're going to finish at this time, and every time someone subs, you add on more time. So the idea being is if people keep on subbing, you have to keep streaming. As a dad of a 10-month-old, that's probably not viable. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. But I could be wrong. Maybe there's a way of doing it.
All right, let's look at...
Snake in his sexy sunglasses. I would say instead of September, I'll do the Pentalogy Master Collection speedrun, but that's probably not going to be until October at the earliest, I would think. We're off. Deck B. Going to do a little roll into that cutscene so we can get through it nice and quick. Fold that guard up. And that was a terrible roll. That's why you shouldn't always be so hasty to just roll everywhere. It is faster until you mess it up. The moment you mess up, that's the thing with them, with Raiden's aerials as well. They can be really detrimental if you get one wrong. Swing. And ignore the ration. Don't need the ration. And our first boss fight. She's gone left. One hit. 2 hits. There's a faster version of the left side, which I cannot do.
I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents.
I think that was a headshot. Or a neck shot. No, it wasn't. Because otherwise the fight would be over. Oh well, I only need one more shot. This should be done. There we go. A little bit of time loss on Olga because she went left. B didn't quite stick the landing, but it's not a huge loss. We're okay. Ooh, can I get the drop again? Yes! 2 runs in a row, I get the drop. Beautiful. The drop there is you have to hit the whilst having no weapon equipped, you have to hit the weapon button on the exact correct frame to cancel Snake's little hop off a ledge animation. We use turbo, but even with turbo, it's not guaranteed because it's, as I say, it has to be the exact frame, and turbo is not hitting the button on every single frame. That wouldn't actually be optimal. And also Steam can't do every frame. Steam does like every millisecond. I don't know. I'm going to use the Prozac skip to get through this door. Completely skips the engine room. So goodbye engine room. Gonna move to here. Shh. Keep the sensor. And into deck 2. So the Prozac skip there was only discovered a couple of years ago. Probably coming up to the 2-year anniversary of it. It does also work in Twin Snakes. Gonna get past this guard here by holding him up like that. I'm actually going to grab this ammo. I lose a little bit of time for this alert. January 2023. That sounds about right. I now have way more ammo, so hopefully I can blast a bit more in this upcoming fight. Oh! So here... Wait, that was better. See, when I can blast, I can blast. Next up, we've got the ladder glitch. We're going to be doing mag ladder because I've been doing pretty well with mag ladder lately. We swap to the M9, switch to the magazine. I've already got my... And hopefully in the right position. Need to shoot him because otherwise he'll know. I was a little bit slow because you shouldn't hold that guard up. But that's hold number 1 done pretty well. Go and swap over that. Hold that guy up. Press that guy. Roll over that vent. Oh, what? Thanks, Snake. I don't know why you didn't roll him. I wanted him to roll because you equipped the camera as well. Photo there. The photo there. That first photo was of the Marine Corps logo.
The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable
And then we take a photo there of the left side and there of the
A
center.
lot of pressure from Navy
Thanks,
brass,
widescreen.
especially
Yep, those positions can only be done from 2 positions on any widescreen version of the game. The original 4x3 doesn't work. That should be all 4 photos.
we the Marines.
Okay, so we end the tanker 2 seconds behind PB. That's not too bad. Wing. Straight into the plant. Oh, just incredibly precise. I did not know that. Wing. And in. We'll go over and activate the nodes. The only time we need to activate the node. Accept all of that. Wing. And back on that. Straight into the next codec. I joked a lot in the first run about this, about getting it, about the amount of codecs and cutscenes, but there are little things to do, like holding the select button when you know a codec's coming up to try and save some time. So even though it's not, you know, it's a lot of just waiting and skipping through cutscenes and things, there are still tricks that you need to do, that you need to accomplish. Grab the M9. Oh, that's cool. I still didn't exit with the M9 on my previous in the tanker. Did a very good job of that. You save a menu by making sure the M9 is on your previous as you exit the tanker, because then it'll already be on your previous when you start the plant. Even though they're 2 different characters, 2 different sort of parts of the story, the game still sort of considers it one. It is still one playthrough. So things do carry over between the two areas. Bit of a roll. We're going to get told to go and activate the nodes, but we don't need to. You only ever need to activate the first one. We get the we still get the radar in very easy. On other difficulties, you just don't get the you don't get given the radar. Take that guy out. Unequip my M9 again. Little chat with Snake at Pliskin. Like a little time save there, making sure that you roll into that codec call so you don't lose. You know, you because if you don't roll into that codec call, Raiden will stop still, and that's a time loss. But if you roll into it whilst, you know, when you lose control of Raiden, he's still rolling and he's still moving. I'll say, even though it's a lot of codecs and cutscenes, there's still stuff to do to optimize those things. If the game's ultra widescreen, that's awesome. I'll have to try. I might try that one day just to see it. You could just open it in a window. Right, we're done with our little tutorial. Calling out. First bomb. We do have a codec. Ring. And once again, as I will be doing from now on going forwards, I'm on counterclockwise bonds. I just prefer it. I prefer it. I like having the cardboard box, and it's a bit more interesting. You get the the cool conveyor glitch, and there's just a little bit more going on with them counterclockwise. Around the cards and roll again into the door. A nice little. Oh, I got a gold split. Get into Sylvan. That's nice. I don't know what I did to deserve that. 3 seconds as well. Did I do to deserve that? Well, you take it. We take those. Strat A, there's a bit of a time... Well, the time save compared to my previous run today, if I can get this right. But first we want to go and grab... There we go. It helps if I actually stand up. This is the coolant trick. By using the... by equipping and unequipping the coolant as I stand up, it cancels the standing up animation. What's my voice? Animation? Oh. There we go. That's first try. There we go. That's better. There we go. Don't know what was wrong with my coolant rises before, but they've improved in the last 5 seconds, so that's always a bonus. The connecting bridges aren't really that interesting, to be honest. I think they're probably more interesting on other difficulties. They're annoying blindfolded because it's difficult to remember exactly which one you're on and the route for each one. They're not exactly memorable, is my point. Little pep talk from... Shouldn't have rolled into that. Because I need to grab that, there we go. So I want to grab that claymore, and there's a specific point to roll into that claymore. That's good. We're okay. Slight adjustment, and we're on our way. If a 24:9 aspect ratio was a significant time save, that would be horrible. Luckily, it's not, being able to take the photos from one location would not be a significant time save. Because you have to move across the room anyway. And coolant... Oh, of course you can coolant rise after the claymore. I never really think about it because I'm not using the coolant spray at that moment. Ultra widescreen for aims. And this version, this PC version, is the only version of the game where that wouldn't be helpful, because it's done in RTA. Instruct C. Eagle-eyed viewers may recognize the orange box. Yes, it's a reference to Valve's orange box. I'm going the wrong way. There we go. Which I've been playing recently. I've been playing Team Fortress 2 recently. Just really fancied a shooter. I don't have access to Deadlock. Is that the gate? No. Is it Deadlock? Is that the new Valve shooter? I can't remember. I'll probably give it a go if I get access to it. Yeah, I just decided to start playing a bit of TF2. I'm still bad at it, because I was never into TF2 when TF2 was really, really big. I hit the scene much later. Another codec. Should have rolled through that guy. Oh. Yeah, the thing I was saying with aims there in the PC version. One thing that some runners will do with aims is when they first end, because if you're doing any run which is timed by IGT, which is any run except this one, except the PC version of the Master Collection, I'm pretty sure every single run in MGS2 is IGT. IGT doesn't tick whilst the game is paused, so you pause the game as you enter the room and try and sort of scan the room whilst pausing and unpausing to see if you can spot aims, so you can head straight to him. Yeah, I don't do it because I'm not a big fan of it. I'd rather just run around and try and find him. I like pausing if it's for a trick that kind of requires the setup. The SOCOM roll in Twin Snakes is a good example. So we're going to the next bomb. I would say final bomb. But there are 4 more bombs after this one. Luckily, the final 4 bombs are all in the same location. That was not a very good distance. I need to watch a video about where to stand for that bomb, because I'm so bad at getting that. But you don't have to crouch for that bomb. But I'm just so bad at getting the right position for that bomb. We're now going to our first sort of boss fight. Last run, I kind of messed this up, and I'm not quite sure why. So crouch, turn, punch, punch, punch. And now just let Fortune wail. Another gold split for Reach Fortune. Shoots me. Hopefully she shoots the lights. Yep. Shot the lights. That's the fastest that's the fast version. She'll shoot that third one. She starts laughing, so we move forwards. We want her to shoot this barrel. She missed. She shot it. It exploded. Luckily the explosion doesn't hurt Raiden. If you're in that cutscene, you don't get affected by the explosion. Want to shoot this barrel now? She has. Now we just need her to shoot some stuff. We'll just stand here out of the way. And eventually she'll go off on one. There we go. And only a tiny little bit of time loss against my best. There's always tiny little inconsistencies with that fight. Right, and next bomb. We're going to the final bomb location. There are 4 bombs in the final location, and I immediately got hit by Claymore. There's a very tight line you can take to avoid getting hit by that Claymore. I do usually, I more often than not manage to hit the line, but today apparently is not a good day for it. Now you get to witness the power of the cardboard box. So by equipping the cardboard box there, it stops Raiden recoiling when he gets hit. We can also use it here to just cancel that guard from doing anything. He doesn't try to shoot, he just runs away. And this is why I prefer anti-clockwise and having the box, because the box is really helpful for this section. It's a bit quicker and less clumsy than trying to shoot the guards or roll the guards. Also, it's a slight menu save. The coolant spray is still on my previous weapon, so I'll have the coolant spray equipped ready for the next bomb. And then I don't need to equip anything for the Fat Man fight because the game automatically equips the SOCOM for you. This is why I've done this whole section without getting my M9 out. Okay, fast bomb. And Fat Man. Stand here. Spray that bomb. Try and get above him. Hopefully he goes... Oh no, he's around the corner. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that's a bit of a time. He did not go the way I wanted him to go. Because the final bomb's here. Oh well. Slight time. We're now in the red. Pick Fat Man up. Get him out of the way so that we can spray the last bomb. That was the last bomb. I should have a look. I should have a look at some point at the non-lethal version again. I have managed it. I did start learning it once, and I did manage to get it a couple of times. But it's so tight. The speed at which you have to shoot him is so very, very tight. But if you pull it off, it's really cool if you pull it off. Quick BDU. So we've got a little bit of time to pull back again. That Fat Man fight unfortunately lost me some time because I should have ran towards him more before I did that sort of final headshot. Would have prepared him better to run down. He tends to try and roll away from you, so you want to try and get above him so that he rolls down. It's the most optimal direction. No, it's again, that's one of those strats that is not the reason I'm not getting sub 105. If I cared about world record, then I'd probably learn it. I don't care about world record. I care about sub 105. Just being a little more consistent at everything is what's going to get me my goal at the moment. You know, not making mistakes. Swim glitch isn't going to get me sub 105. Not making silly mistakes like that, or going to the wrong floor, that's what's going to get me sub 105. I believe now... This is actually a really bad time loss. I don't know what that does for me when I go back up, actually. I forgot to use the Claymore, so I guess I'm doing the non-Claymore version of this. Not an incredibly bad issue. Just it's a little bit safer because you don't have that little cutscene that you have to skip. The elevator door stays open, but also you don't have to run around, run very close to other guards. And if you bump into any guards whilst you're wearing the soldier's uniform, it jumps right off. Later, Suave. Have a good one. I don't know what happens here now. Can I still... He's running over slowly. Still getting that wrong.
You are cleared to
You are cleared to enter. Welcome to Pizza Planet. As you can see, I have now lost 9 seconds as a result of that. Now, are we on Old Beauties? Old Beauties! So, in the previous one I talked about the... There he is. In the previous one I talked about the fact that playing this slightly later has an advantage. And that is the advantage. I got the Old Beauties variant of the room, which only occurs if you enter that room after 10 PM local time. Yes, all of the hostages except for Ames are what we call Old Beauties. So that relatively fast Ames did save me a little bit of time, actually. I could be on to try and salvage this a bit. Middle-aged grills in your area. We all love some good middle-aged grills, don't we? And that's where a bad roll can really screw you over. So no, we're heading towards Shell 2, and probably my favourite fight of the game, the Harrier. It's mainly in very easy difficulty. The Harrier is kind of the only really sort of skill-intensive boss fight. Fat Man is skill-intensive, but it's pretty simple to get down once you got it down. You know, Raze is over really quickly. Both vamp fights are a joke. Olga has a little bit more skill to it. But Harrier, and again, Solidus is pretty straightforward as well. Harrier's the most difficult fight in the run. And as a result, I think it's the most interesting. And when done well, definitely the coolest. So we're going to head over for that Harrier, and we're going to get into a big old fight with it. But first, we've got some Semtex to deal with. We're going to take out some bomb sensors, and this is not bomb disposal. This is bomb bypassing. And I guess as far one thing that MGS2 doesn't have in speedrunning is a sequence break. I have very minor ones like the the Prozac skips, sort of sequence breaks. Shoot that one. Shoot that one. That one. Oh, should be all of them. Chaff grenades. Right, I'm going to concentrate on this fight. Oh, that shot didn't land. Ah, and I missed that one. Which means we should be going straight into this, I believe. Yep. Yay, I finally got that right. You should be zooming out. What about here?
I'll let you go out in style.
Hopefully that lands. Cool. Time save. I got a gold split for reaching the Harrier as well. At the moment, I kind of with the Harrier, I'm kind of in the thought that if I can beat him before we get into him firing all of his missiles, the sort of side scrolling section, I'm happy with that. That was a decent Harrier. It's not the fastest Harrier. It could have been better, but for the sort of level I'm going for at the moment, I'll take that. Whoops. Like it says, you're tougher than I thought. Solidus later, when talking about the fact that he's actually Raiden's adopted dad, Raiden, Solidus talks about the fact that he taught Raiden everything he knew, and he was the best of the child soldiers and all of that. It's like, tougher than you thought? You thought he was, like, pretty good to begin with. Use the chaff grenade like this here to, you'll see that there's some slight slow down in Raiden's animation, so we cancel that out by equipping and re-equipping the chaff grenade. A few aerials here. Hop. Throw the chaff grenade. I completely forgot about that last run. Make our way into Shell 2. The disappointment of Shell 2. We don't get to go around all of Shell 2 like we did Shell 1. Just the core and one strut. Strut L. And there's not even that much to strut L. He's rougher than the rest of it. Like, the whole point of this exercise is for Raiden to succeed. The whole terrorist plot and all of that, none of it means anything. None of it was supposed to work. The whole point of the entire story behind this game, spoiler alert for a really old game, by the way, the whole point of this exercise is to put Raiden through essentially a simulation of Shadow Moses, his own version of Shadow Moses, in order to produce the perfect soldier. To turn Raiden into Solid Snake. Raiden, you want to grab that Nikita? Thank you. That's a time loss.
Warning.
Oh, man.
Incoming 266 viewer raid from Punchy.
Punchy, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. That's 2 big raids in one day. What have I done? What have I done to deserve this? The S3 plan was all to give Jack a participation trophy. That is as good an explanation as any. Welcome, everybody, and thank you very much, Punchy, for the raid. You're currently watching, as you can probably tell, a run of Metal Gear Solid 2 on the Master Collection. All because I am working my way through the Master Collection once again of these speedruns to relearn them, practice, and eventually I'm going to run all 5 games back to back. So yeah, welcome. Take off your shoes, sit down, and enjoy yourselves. I'm going to turn my light back on.
New follower. New follower.
Today is the day that I have learned that new follower notifications don't wait. They do just stack over the top of each other.
I took these photos.
I don't usually get followers in quick succession. I didn't really know it before. But with my current setup, they do just play over the top of each other.
New follower.
two guitar riffs. But anyone interested, the new follower tone and animation you're seeing there is from a very special game, very close to my heart, called Unmetal. Which I am the self-proclaimed world's best player of Unmetal, as I hold the speedrun records in almost every category. Damn you, Glenn, in the one category I can't beat. MGS2 is cool. A lot of Metal Gear speedrunners will tell you that this is the best run. I disagree. I prefer MGS3, and I think MGS1 is a better entry point, but it is a good solid run. It's relatively easy to get into, and with the Master Collection now, Metal Gear has never been easier to get into. It's and it's a great series. So I'm gonna go for a swim. I did not do swim glitch this time round because I am only 75 hundredth of a second behind PB at the moment, and Film Glitch will probably not save that. We're gonna fight Vamp for the first time. Don't blink. This fight is over very, very quickly. So I'm going to run into this room, going to skip the cutscenes, going to swap to my stinger, and blast, 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 blast. And that's Vamp 1, everybody. And if you thought that was fast, don't worry. We've got a second fight against Vamp, which is even faster a little bit later on. Continuing on with our swimming journey. We're now going to meet up with Otocon's sister, Emma Emmerich. And if you know about anything about the women in Otocon's lives, you'll know that they don't tend to live very long. Emma Emmerich is unfortunately no exception. Let's meet up with Emma. Voiced by the lovely Jennifer Hale. And I don't know whether it was a deliberate decision because of the women in Otocon's life. Jennifer Hale is also the voice of Naomi Campbell. Sorry, Naomi Hunter. I always say Campbell. There's a British athlete, a very famous British athlete called Naomi Campbell, and I quite often say Naomi Campbell when I'm thinking of Naomi Hunter. Yeah, Jennifer Hale voiced Otocon's sister in MGS2, and then reprised her role as and became Otocon's lover in MGS4 with Naomi Hunter. It's kind of, I feel like there's a deliberate, that's a deliberate casting decision to make, all of the women in Otocon's lives who ultimately suffer from an untimely death sound similar. The Colonel has another kid.
Follower.
B-Man in 2288, thank you very much. 20
follower.
Postal Hades, thank you very much for the follow. Right, now we have to swim back with Emma on our backs. As a true gentleman, we will be completely ignoring Emma's vital signs. Grogapar! That's a great name. Thank you very much for the follow. So yes, Emma is now running out of oxygen, but we're just going to keep going. She's slowly going to lose her health. But it's fine as long as Emma's health bar doesn't drop below the A in her name. It doesn't slow her down. But that's it. We're done with swimming. Swimming is all done with now. We're going to take Emma by the hand. She's been given tranquilizers in her legs, so she can't run. She doesn't like bugs, so didn't grab her very well. Though I'm just going to choke her once, just so that she doesn't drop down. She doesn't like bugs. You're supposed to spray the bugs with coolant to make them go away. But it's quicker to just choke her and pull her over. Raiden doesn't treat the women in his life very well. Otacon has a lot of love for his. Raiden, doesn't do very nice things. You should see what he does to Mistral in Revengeance. And then this guard we're just going to very brutally take out. Because it's just the quickest way of dealing with him. And we've got another guard. This guard luckily is on a very local patrol. He doesn't start moving until you get up to the top of the stairs. We can just stroll right past him. Completely oblivious. We're going to go on his merry way. We're going to go on our merry way. There's no need. Canonically scared of kisses blown his way. Slowly. They showed his hairstyle. Take out that. Only need to take out that one. You don't need to take out the other one. As long as you're quick with the coolant, you don't need to take out the other one, and you don't need to take out the guard. We just need to grab the coolant spray one more time here. See the black plumes of smoke. There we go. That's the fire put out. That noise is Ryland's mobile phone ringing, but it's just to tell us to use the coolant spray to put out the fire. Oh no, we don't have the level 5 card. How will we... Oh, Emma had one. Back to the okay. Take those 2 guards out nice and quickly. And we're moving into the section of the run that we call Twilight Sniping. This is a 9-minute unskippable section where not a lot happens. We have some sniping to do, but it's not a lot of sniping, and there's a lot of downtime in the middle of it. But it does have arguably one of the nicest music tracks in the game. It's just called Twilight Sniping. So, you know, feel free to just sit back, relax, and have a bit of a jam. So we do have a little bit of work to do here. We've got these ciphers to take out. The Emma's tranquilizer has started to wear off. So she's somewhat able to walk slowly. Pick up this one. We should get a call from Snake now to let us know that he's in position. An oral journey. That sounds better than a 9-minute section of just sniping. Join me on an oral journey. So we're going to have a guard come out here. Another guard there. I was being very careful there. If you look down your scope too closely to Emma, she kind of realizes that you're looking at her, and she will get nervous and fall over. This is a time loss, and we don't want that. And that there we go. Is it for a little while. Emma's gonna go around. She always goes around the back of the little oil rigs or whatever these things are. Snake's just over here, chilling out. There he is. Hey, Snake, with your shades. We won't shoot him because he shoots you back. If you whip out the D mic at this point, which I'm not going to do because that'd be a time loss. There's two little Easter eggs with the D mic here. If you point it at Snake, Snake will make some. He'll say some generic stuff like "all right, it's good," stuff like that. But at one point, he will say, "I wonder if I need Arlecon's permission before I ask her out." But then the other one, whilst Emma is going around the back of this strut, if you whip out the D mic and aim at it, you'll discover that she runs into Johnny Sasaki, who is, if you know Metal Gear Solid 1, he was the guard that... He's that guy. Thank you, Cosmic Baronid. That was very well timed. He is the guard. He guards the prison in MGS1. He's the one who Meryl kicks the crap out of and steals his clothes. He's guarding you in the prison when you're in the torture section, and he returns twice in MGS2. You can only ever hear him. He's behind here, and also when you're talking to Ames, there's a section where you listen in on a conversation between Solidus and Ocelot. Oh, guards back. If you move over to the left-hand side of that room, there's another door, and in that door behind that door, unknowingly, is a toilet, and Johnny is on the toilet suffering from diarrhea, because that's Johnny's whole shtick. If you play Metal Gear Solid 4, Johnny makes a reappearance as as one of the main characters of MGS4, and ends up marrying Meryl by the end of the game. Spoiler alert for a really old Metal Gear Solid game. Yes, no character in the entire Metal Gear series has had more of a glow up than Johnny Sasaki. Oh, and in MGS4 he takes off his mask and he's gorgeous. He's gorgeous. To call him by his steak Bentley given nickname, Shit My Pants Sasaki. That is quite apt. It's quite apt. Now, as we are just... Oh, also, you shouldn't... if you're speedrunning this, you shouldn't use the D mic to listen in on the Johnny Sasaki conversation, because it does slow Emma down. Whilst we're waiting for Emma to just get towards Snake, it would be remiss of me not to mention that this series that I'm doing, as I said before, I'm re-practicing derusting the 5 different games in the Metal Gear series. Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty, which is what I'm playing right now, and Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Snake Eater shouldn't need as much time. I have a lot more experience in Snake Eater. I am the Keratin Frog world record holder in MGS3, which I'm really looking forward to Delta, so I can shoot some Gakkos, because it looks like they've been replaced with Gakkos for MGS3. But as part of this series, eventually I'm going to run all 5 back-to-back in a big, long bonus stream. But I am also raising money for charity. I'm raising money for a UK-based charity called City of Sanctuary UK, which works to make the UK a more welcoming place for people who are in need of help. Mostly asylum seekers who come to this country fleeing war, fleeing famine, terror. There we go, that's Vamp 2. I should have just turboed that, but I wasn't concentrating. So yeah, if anything, if you'd like to donate, type !charity into the chat. That will give you a link to the Just Giving page. Anything you can do to help would be most appreciated. Obviously, it will all sort of we'll push. I'll be pushing that a lot more when it actually comes to the big 5-man, big long stream, because I'll be doing a lot more advertising around it by that point. I used to do a 24-hour charity stream once a year. Hey Alexi. 24-hour charity live stream once a year. But ever since I became a dad, I kind of had to put that by the wayside. I need my SOCOM out to shoot this other... There we go. Yep, don't worry, I noticed. How are we doing for time? I am 12 seconds ahead coming out of Vamp. Which isn't a big surprise, actually. The Twilight sniping there was perfect. Emma didn't fall over, and she didn't get into any other problems, which was a time save against my PB. We have a save boss here, which I'll remember to avoid. And now we start with some of the unskippable dialogue sections.
It's been a while, hasn't it? Jack the Ripper.
Jack. And if you've never seen MGS2 before, but you have played MGS1 and you're thinking, isn't this the torture room from MGS1 in Shadow Moses? It's not, but it's made to look like it.
High concentration of cerebral implants. Have they altered your memory too?
When Twitch finally introduces ultra-low latency, then it won't be a problem. Yeah, that would have been a really nasty... This is going pretty well, this run. That would have been a really nasty way to lose it.
Listen, I'll free you in a little while. Brace yourself.
Oh, and if you didn't already know, we're currently naked. So just be aware of that. Whilst naked, call out girlfriend. Yeah. Give Rose a call. Because the call with Rose there is what triggers getting off of the torture rack. But realizes he's naked. We're not gonna run around in the nude for a bit. Days of 50-second latency. Would be nice not to.
Is there somebody there?
It's like poetry rhymes. Right, I'm gonna deliberately not try and get the roll here, because I'm really bad at it. And by doing that, that is a better time save than if I had not just punched that guard. You can avoid getting alert from that guard if you perfectly roll into him. Now in the creepy ascending colon section, you just have to wait for some codec calls to come in and answer them quickly. After the next one, the radar's going to turn into a lovely Chinese lady. Or sorry, lovely Japanese lady. I assume she's Japanese. This is a Japanese game after all. Disappears. Well, one more. And then I can answer the next one immediately. There we go. That gets through that section nice and quickly. We're going to another unskippable section. Where we're just waiting for a timer. Snake's going to give us the katana. Just swing it. One swing starts the timer. So we are now on just a fixed timer. Waiting. There's nothing we can do. Just go up against the wall and just boogie for a little bit. Yeah. Switch to non-lethal. Wahey!
Diathwa just subscribed.
Diathwa, thank you very much for the sub. Welcome to the Nick RP stream. Very kind of you. With the charity stuff, by the way, all subs and bits and stuff, basically the very next payouts I receive from both Twitch and Google, because I stream on YouTube as well. Both the very next 2 payouts I get from each of those will also go to City of Sanctuary UK. So any subs and bits and stuff, that will all eventually make its way to City of Sanctuary UK as well. So thank you very much for that sub. It's very much appreciated. We do a quick... oh, I didn't even change to the... I didn't even change to the SOCOM for that. You should change to the SOCOM. For the Prozac skip there, but I completely forgot. We now want to switch to the Stinger, and all we want to... In this section, all we're doing is trying to kill every Tengu. So we want to kill the Tengus as fast as possible, and the easiest way of doing that is to wait for them to spawn through this door and try and shoot them before they jump. And any that we miss or any that come out the other door, Snake will just deal with. Snake deals with them very, very quickly. The deal, of course, with the FISSION MAILED. Nice. And after the next FISSION MAILED bit kind of comes to a close here. There we go. And you can see the alerts wearing off. Nice. We are currently 18 seconds ahead of PB pace. Using fire to fight fire. Which is really nice. My aim has been sub 105, and there's only 2 bits of game left. There's this unskippable bit, which does have the best line in the game. There's this unskippable section of the game, but then we also have the Ray fight and the Solidus fight. The Ray fight, should I get it right, and I've been screwing up a little bit lately, but should I get it right, is over pretty quickly, and there's barely any time save available. Solidus fight, there's a little bit of RNG too, so it depends on how that goes. But I should warn you, if this is a PB, there is then a 9-minute credit sequence which has to be viewed as part of the run, because the time ends when the score screen is shown at the end of the credits.
New follower.
Oh, as bait! We missed the as bait. Damn it! Thank you very much for the follow, Alexi. Or rather, YouTube sub. Thank you very much for subbing on YouTube. Which is the equivalent of a Twitch follow. That's why I said follow. And that's why it says new follower. Okay, we want the Stinger. I'm going to shoot that guy in the face. I'm going to shoot that guy in the face. I'm going to move out the way because he's going to jump. I'm going to shoot him in the leg and shoot him in the face. And that's the Raise fight. Nice. Apparently, I did make a mess of that on my PB, and I'm now 24 seconds ahead. Yes, that is the very easy Raise fight. It can't be done much quicker than that. Apparently, I've done it just over half a second faster.
I'll squeeze the answers out of you instead, my son.
There's a lot of waiting around and not a lot happening during this section of the game. But the flip side to it is we get all of the Solidus dialogue. I love Solidus as a character. He's one of my favorite characters in the entire series. He was massively underused. He only appears, sort of only appears in MGS2. Spoiler alert, he's sort of in MGS4, but not really. But he's an absolutely fantastic character. Every year, the game takes place on April 24th. It takes place in April. I can never remember. Someone will tell me the date. And every year on that date, Twitter tends to celebrate MGS2, and I usually change my Twitter handle and photo to George Sears, which Solidus' sort of real name. Right, good punch. Slice. Stand about here, away from him, so that he does. Oh, he didn't do what the move I was hoping he would do. Do tentacle missiles. Oh, I've messed this up. That is a bit of a time loss. That's better. Not in a very good position here. Yeah, this is going to be a time loss, but hopefully it's still enough. So there's quite a bit of RNG in phase 2 with how he slides around here. So he's going to dash around. Oh, he's done a long attack. What I could really do with him now is not dashing and just kicking me. Nice. And done. Finally. Sub 105 has been achieved.
Of course.
I lost 14 seconds in that last fight. So already I can see where, I can start to see where a sub 104 would come from.
That's it.
Oh, finally. We can finish MGS2 this week. We can move on to MGS3. So yes, as I said, we do now have a 9-minute credit scene, which I also have to mute the audio for because copyright.
What?
So we better use this opportunity to chat some more, shouldn't we?
Are you talking about the baby?
I hope you enjoyed the run. It's by no means, this is not a great, fantastic run. Ideally, I should be getting under 104 to really be competitive on the leaderboard for this specific. There's so many different categories of MGS2. The MGS2 is on speedrun.com. MGS2 is split into 4 games. 2 sets of VR missions. I think the 2 sets of VR missions are separated. But if you just talk about the main game, this game, I'm going to now mute the audio. So yeah, unfortunately, you don't get to listen to "Can't Say Goodbye to Yesterday." It's a lovely song, but yeah, Konami do like to copyright strike it. Can't be doing with that. Especially as I will be publishing this on YouTube as its own separate video for speedrunning purposes. MGS2 is split into East and West. So the main game of MGS2 is split into 3 games, if I recall correctly. Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty, which covers all PS2 versions of Sons of Liberty. Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance, which covers the PS2, original Xbox, and PC version, the original PC version of Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance, and then the HD collection, which covers all versions of the HD collection, including the Master Collection. You've then got the VR of their own games and category extensions, but we'll just talk about the main one. Yeah, that's the nice thing about MGS. MGS2 has always been a very accessible game in the series. It's only really MGS3 for the longest time until we got the Master Collection. That was kind of difficult to get hold of. Now the sort of holy grail of getting an accessible version is MGS4, and we're kind of hoping that Master Collection Volume 2 focuses on MGS4 because it's the one that really needs taken away. Apart from the PSP games, I think it's the only game in the series that's stuck to one platform. If you don't include the fact the PSP games can also be played on Vita natively, so I suppose there's that. Armstren. What's Armstren? I've never heard of Armstren. That got something to do with doing pull-ups to improve your grip meter? I'm going to keep doing this. This isn't even how you would. It's more of a slow, but just this feels nice. This feels nice to me. It feels right. I need a drink. It's always nice to get a raid when you're on a PB. Lovely, lovely feeling. So thank you, Punchy. Very kind of you. Armstrong is when you have to get to grip 3, level 3 grip ASAP. It was exactly what I thought it was. Which is the quickest way of doing it? Is it doing 300 of these, or is it dropping and grabbing and climbing back up? Because there's two ways to increase your grip meter. When you hang off the edge, either a snake, this works for both Snake and Raiden. If you hold L2 and R2 at the same time, Snake and Raiden will pull up, and then when you let go, they'll pull back down, and you keep doing it. If you do that 100 times, your grip meter is increased. It's not 300 times, 200 times. You start at level 1. After 100, you get to grip level 2. After 200, you get to grip level 3. But the other way of increasing it is to drop down Variety 3 in VR. Is that the one where you start in the really, really tall tower and you have to drop down you have to drop and grab to get to the end? Yeah, the other way of doing it is to drop and grab. So if you drop from a ledge and then grab another ledge below, I believe that counts as 10 pull-ups. 17 drops and you have to do 30 pull-ups. Yes, that is correct. 10 a single drop and grab is worth 10 pull-ups. And that's how you get to grip level 3. To be honest, the grip level is kind of useless in the game. You never really need to be holding on that long. It's more important in VR. The specific VR mission, Variety 3, that VR mission kind of does rely on dropping and grabbing and increasing. But that's it. You never really need it in the main game. It's not important. You'll never be hanging. You'll never be hanging around for that long. The joys of the little bits that got added to MGS2 that we kind of ignore and forget. What about that Delta footage and Delta screenshots? I think it was IGN had a hands-on preview of Snake Eater Delta. I'm liking what I'm seeing. It does seem to be a very faithful remake, but they're not just, it's not just going to be a one-for-one control. They are updating the controls, and the nice thing that they showed off is like the quick menus. You won't be able to use the D-pad to move, which in this day and age you shouldn't really be using the D-pad to move in that kind of game anyway. So that's fine. You won't be able to sneak with the D-pad like you could in MGS3. That's how you moved the slowest, so that you could sneak. But now you've got crouch walking, and that's the slowest way of. So it's a bit of MGS4, bit of Ground Zero's MGS5 controls by the looks of things. In fact, I'm sure someone did a side-by-side comparison of Ground Zeroes, and it's I keep saying Ground Zero. It's MGS5, Phantom Pain, Ground Zero. It's both the same. And it does seem that it is using that that movement system. But the nice thing is the D-pad has been turned into a quick menu. So they obviously in MGS5 it was used as a quick menu. You had your your big weapons up. You had like goggles and equipment on left. I think you had pistols on right. I can't remember exactly how it's done, but it seems left and right are going to be to quick change weapons and items. And then up or down is going to be a quick camo menu. I think it's one of the things that MGS4 did really well over MGS3. MGS3 sort of laid the groundwork for it. The problem with the only real problem with the camo system in MGS3 is it's really slow to use. You have to open up a menu, and then you have to open up another menu, and then you have to open up another menu to do either your face or your uniform, and then select it, and then go back out of those menus and go to the other menu to do whichever other one you want to do. And it was a slow process. It was cool. It worked. You know, the camo part of MGS3 is one of the most interesting parts of a casual game play. It's not utilized that much in a speedrun. We just got a little bit of skipping to do here, and time. So we have an IGT of 106.55. We have a real time of 106.56, but for the Master Collection PC version of MGS2, we go by loading removed time. This means that all versions, all PC runs of the Master Collection utilize the same thing. It doesn't matter how long your loading times are. It all counts. It's all the same. It's a final time of 1 hour, 4 minutes, and 52 seconds. We have a sub 105, everybody. Woohoo! It took a while, but we got there in the end. Wonderful. Well, if you have been watching this run if you've been watching the VOD of this on YouTube, thank you very much for watching. Because I will have put this on YouTube and submitted it to speedrun.com. I don't have a run of this specific category on speedrun.com at the moment, so this will finally be my submission. It's not overly competitive. I think this is 5th place. Top 4 are all under 104. That would be the next big thing to hit. But for what I'm trying to do, I'm not going to push it forever because I want to get on with the rest of the games in the series. So yeah, thank you all. Thank you very much for watching. If you're watching the VODs, please go check out any of my other videos on the channel. There'll be one there on the screen, hopefully now for you to watch. If you'd like to go check them out. And yeah, I'll see you in the next run. That was just to close out the YouTube video. Don't worry, we're not done. We're not done. That was not a goodbye. That was just to close out the YouTube VOD, because it always looks good if you can do it that way. All righty. So 105 has been achieved. That's nice. What I've been hoping for. I usually finish in another 45 minutes, so I don't want to do another run of this. I don't really see much point. We could do some more tanker runs, because I still don't have a decent tanker run to submit. Or I could just do a plant run, but that's kind of long. I know we'd have to watch the credits again if I did get. Well, I would get a peep. I've never done a plant run. Not in this category anyway. Yeah. I got Swallow rank. That was my code name. It's almost always the code name. I don't need to save this, so I'm not going to. So yeah, I guess I could, as I say, I could do some tanker runs, see if I can finally get a decent tanker run to submit as well, because I don't have a decent tanker run of this to submit, I don't think. Save those times though. It's now cemented, which is good, and I think this now sets me up quite nicely, at least for the trilogy. Say MGS3 I am much more confident in these days. I probably have more time in MGS3 over the last couple of years than any other game. Unmetal might be the exception. Though I am more used to doing all carrots and frogs than MGS3 than just straight up very easy. But I think we will get on to MGS3 on Thursday's stream now. I'm happy. I've got what I set out to do with MGS2. Just now need to bring it all together. So I will be we'll do a couple of streams probably of MGS3 to make sure I'm up to speed with that. But there's a very good chance that I would say next Thursday, not this Thursday, next Thursday. I'm not out next Thursday. I've got an award show with work. I can't remember. I think it's on a Wednesday. I don't think it's going to interfere with the stream. In fact, I'm 99% certain it's on a Wednesday. I've got one in October, which is a Thursday. That will obviously affect the stream. Pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure it's A, it's not next week, and B, it's a Wednesday. It's definitely not next week. Is it Wednesday the 11th? It's not Wednesday the 11th because it's Wednesday the 18th. Yes. So yeah, the week of Monday the 16th, both streams should still go ahead as originally planned. Yeah, there will be a week in October where I am. A Thursday stream will either get moved or cancelled because I've got to go to an award show and I've got to have a fancy dinner and I've got to dress up in a tuxedo and working in London. The things you have to go through just to work in London. Fun times. It's not that fun. I'm the one who has to organise my company's attendance to them. They're not fun. They are fun. I love it. It's what I do. If you a lot of people know that I was the lead organiser for Pixel Perfect. The lead people organizer. I wasn't the head of Pixel Perfect. There was three of us that were the head of. I thought the three of us were the head of Pixel Perfect. Turns out that someone owned it. But I was the lead organizer for Pixel Perfect, and that involves a lot of organizing of people, getting people to be at the right place at the right time, and stuff like that. That is also kind of what I do for work. This is why I really excel and really enjoy working with speedrun marathons, setting up marathons, setting up events, because I'm good at it and it's what I do as a job. I'm a professional communicator, so anything around communication with people, I'm your man. So we talked when Happy Dude joined us earlier. I talked about the fact that I'm the lead tech for Fast for the Kids. I've been setting up the Node CG package. I've been doing the layouts. The layout's looking really cool. I've still got one layout to go. I've still got starting and closing to do, which doesn't really need as much work. But I've still got a video layout to do. But that's all very technical. I am writing the guides for them, but I'll be perfectly honest. I'm taking the Pixel Perfect guides and rewriting them to fit what Fast for the Kids are, because I wrote the Pixel Perfect guides, so I'm going to reuse them. It's my work. I'm going to reuse my work when I want to reuse my work. So yeah, I am the lead tech for that, but I will be looking for opportunities to get more involved with the organization side of stuff. I don't know whether that will be for in the future of Fast for the Kids or whether it be a different speedrun marathon. I'm always on the lookout. I'm always interested. Ideally, I'd love to set something of my own up again, but I don't see that happening because I don't really have people to do that with. And yeah, I think at this point I'd be better off trying to join a team that's already sort of set up and has their foot in the door but needs a bit of a push in certain areas. I think that's where I might be able to step in and go, hey, here's my experience and what I do. Let's push this even further than it can. The difficulty with Fast for the Kids is it's an American-based event, and as you can probably tell from my outrageous accent, that I'm very, very British. So British. Got British in my eyes. Stings. Get it out. Right. So with that PB in MGS2 out of the way, finally, let's have a look at the tanker run, because my tanker run could still do with a decent PB. I haven't submitted a tanker run yet. For tanker on this, you cannot just submit. You can't just submit the tanker section of a tanker plant run. You have to do just the tanker. So that's what we're gonna do. So I want to load this save this time. Just do tanker. Very easy. Radar type 1. And we start in 3, 2, 1, go. Cool. Timer's working. Exactly the same as what I did in the plant, in the tanker plant run, but it's just the tanker. And ideally, I think I'm looking for sub 5 minutes. I can't remember exactly. I can't remember if I already have it. Well, no, I don't have a time for this run. I do have an HD edition time. Before the PC version came out, and it was only console for the HD edition, I was very, very briefly the tanker very easy world record holder. The only reason I was very, very briefly it was because the record at the time was held on the PS3, and I decided to run on an Xbox Series S. And as a result, got a new world record because loading times. That world record was not held for, I think it was held for 48 hours before someone who was actually good at the game came along and went, yeah, let me do that and actually see what a decent time would be. Here's Olga. She's gone left. Now might be a good time to try. You know what? Let's try the. Nope, already failed. That's how the Olga, the fast left Olga strat works. Unfortunately, now she's only taken. Oh, she moves over here when she's only taken one shot. Apparently. This sucks. I'm not used to her being here. I think all I've got to do here is just shoot her like that. Yep. Yeah. That's a bit of a time loss. Not great. Ew. That's the bad thing about left side Olga, and if you go for the fast left side Olga... Oh, can I get it? Can I get it? Oh, no drop this time. Yeah, that's the bad thing about left side Olga. If you mess up, you'll have only shot her once. That was a really cool roll that Snake did at the end there. Unfortunately, one thing that I won't be able to do with the HD edition of the game, so the Master Collection, is would not be able to run it blindfolded. Not really. You could, but it'd be more difficult. The original PC version is much better for running this blindfolded. Prozac skip. Skip the engine room. Yeah, the original PC version would be much better for this. I think, actually, I don't know what extra options there are for this. The main thing with the PC version, the original PC version, is you can mute the music. So there's no music and you only hear sound effects, which is really, really useful. If you listen carefully, you can hear Snake's footsteps. You hear Raiden's footsteps as well, and that makes this game really good for blindfolded speedrunning. Yeah, I can grab USP ammo from there, actually. I want to be able to blast more during the guard rush fight. Roll into that. Ah, I didn't manage to shoot that guy. I have to wait for him to come back out. Ugh. Feel bad. Not sure if I'm not sure if Magglitch would save this. We'll find out.
We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that
Nope, it won't, because I have already fucked it up. That is the end of that run.
with Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to
There we go.
restoration will be contained.
Pew.
Snake, respond.
Snake. We might as well just quit. Start again. Welcome to the tanker grind. Loads. Save one. Save one is a plant only save.
New follower.
Princess Linky, thank you very much for the follow. All right, we start in 3, 2, 1, go. So the first save that I've got is a plant only save. The advantage of a plant only save is it means you haven't unlocked the digital camera for the tanker, which saves one menu option. The only reason I'm not using this save for my tanker plant runs, I'm using the second save, which does include the digital camera, is because my name on the node is present in the second save. It isn't in this save, but it doesn't matter for this because we're only using tanker and we're not going to the node. Deckty. I'll have to have a look in the extra settings to see if there's actually in MGS3 there is a music. No, in MGS3 there's a master volume setting. I don't think there's a music volume setting. Left side again. I'm not going to make the same. I'm not going to try the same thing. I'm just going to shoot, and as soon as she starts me back, shoot again.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my
Got her in the head. That nice. One more headshot should finish this fight.
all the bad and all the good.
That wasn't a headshot. Hopefully she stays there. No, she's not.
Nothing except the unit. Nothing else matters to me.
There we go. A little bit slow. Should be done in 4 hits. Clearly wasn't 4 hits. Let's see what I can do with this. If anything. We'll see. No drop. Anyway, where was I going? Oh yeah, I'll talk about blindfolded. And yeah, if there's an option to mute the music, then it could be doable. The only other thing with this, unless there's a different thing that I could do with it, which there probably is with some fine tuning. The original PC version also has access to B-Man's wonderful suite of overlay turbo capabilities. which is really, really handy for blindfolded speedrunning, because one thing that it adds is a sound effect when you switch to and from turbo. I don't have that on this version. I'm using turbo exclusively with Steam input, which doesn't have sound effects and things like that. You probably could add them. There is quite a lot of options in Steam input, so maybe it could be done, but that's the main thing. Without those sound effects, it's very difficult to know whether you're in, you just have to remember whether you're in turbo or not. The only indicator I have other than turbo working is in Steam input you can change the light bar color of your controller. So right now turbo is switched off and it's green. When I have turbo switched on, it's red. Oh, I got... That's fine, I didn't lose any time for that. I didn't lose any time for that. Alright, so I'm not going to grab any more ammo. Ooh, gold split. Oh! I hate that you can't quick reload. And now I'm out of ammo because I've gone too far. Oh. Oh. Awful. Just awful. Oh dear. Well, I'm so close to the finish. There's always good practice for the mag ladder, so we'll do it anyway.
We initiated the development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapon forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear. With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands of
Good mag ladder.
all over the world.
That was good.
At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogues.
Oh, I got clipped by that guard. Well, that's another run dead. Welcome to the tanker grind. Yeah, I think it's fair to say without B-Man's MGS2 tools, blindfolded speedrunning for this would be a lot more difficult, just because of the way turbo works. Thanks, B-Man. One day I will go back and I will do the full. I'll do the full run. Not just the not just the tanker. You could do it without them. You could do it without turbo. The main way of doing it would be to do it without turbo. So that you don't have to keep an eye on it, or you just get good at knowing whether you've pushed the turbo button or not. The thing is, when you change action sets on Steam input, which is what I'm doing, you have your normal default layout, and then you have an action set, which when you push a trigger to change to that action set, it just changes a couple of buttons. Everything else is inherited and is the same. So you'll know if you're watching my input, you'll see that I'm constantly pushing my touchpad. Whenever I push my touchpad, that is enabling or disabling turbo. MGS2 is the only game where I do it as a toggle. In fact, for most people, it's the only time it's a toggle. But MGS1 and 3, because it's only used for skipping codecs and cutscenes, you just hold a turbo button. And there's different ways you can do it. You can have one button to hold that activates turbo on others, which is how I tend to do it, or you can just assign turbo to a button. the way it's done, the way most people do it in MGS, the way most people do it in MGS1, or particularly on emulator, is to assign L3 and R3 aren't used in MGS1 at all. So rather than having a trigger that changes something to be turbo, you make it so that L3 and R3 are turbo square and X. Actually, I think it's turbo circle and X. You can use square or circle. One is... They have benefit. Both of them have benefits. I think I prefer circle, but I can't remember why. But for the Master Collection, I do the same. Apart from it being a toggle for MGS2, I have it so that in MGS1 and MGS3, I hold the touchpad, and that activates turbo for X. And it's only for MGS... Well, for MGS1, it's X and circle. For MGS3, it's just X. Hang on. Oh, messed that up. Messed that up again. Oh, wow. There goes, There we go. Third time's the charm.
Checkpoint passed. All non-essential personnel report to the holds in 10 minutes time for the scheduled briefing session with the Commandant.
I do feel like Steam Input is a really underrated tool. It's really, really useful. And it does a lot. Very, very grateful for Steam Input. And just wish it had some functionality of doing stuff with multiple controllers, because then it'd be useful for Klonoa too. Well, this is better. That was better. Certainly a better guard rush than I usually have. But still trying to get the first 3 guards all together without any of them getting away is
Every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states.
I moved into the bloody projector screen. Welcome to the tanker grind. What time are we on? Don't have a huge amount of time to do many more of these. It would be nice to get one done. I think that would be a bit of an achievement if I could at least finish one of these tanker grinds. Here we go again. I hope you're all having fun.
All right.
Let's look at your gear. Next question got me asking, which lucky bug is going to get this raid? I feel like I should probably pass a raid along.
Freeze.
Yeah. A little bad if I did pass two really big raids onto someone else when we're done. Wham! Wing. Alright, it's Olga time. What kind of Olga am I gonna get? Left sides. Slightly slow because she's got further to run.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents.
This headshot is the important one. Got it. So it should just be one headshot. Move forwards. It's when she goes backwards. But I got it, so. Nice. In the green. Haven't seen much of that during this tanker grind. Did not get the drop. It's deck E. Deck D. Give it the deck D. Boing. Boing. Alright, let's not screw it this time. If I could not screw up the Prozac skip, then that'd be great. That'd probably help. There we go. That's better. Much more like it. Right, almost close to crunch time with the guard rush.
All non-essential personnel report to the holds in 10 minutes time for the scheduled briefing session with the commandant. You are ordered to continue manning your posts until that time.
1, 2, 3. Oh, that was interesting. Okay, only a very slight time loss there. I wanted to grab more ammo, so I can just grab that ammo instead. I want to be able to blast. Again, I'm still having to wait for this guy. That was all right.
At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear Force to compete with the U.S.
A little slow.
strike capability. The world is
Can't remember if my PB includes MAILED or not.
We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray.
We might actually finish one, folks.
The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear.
All over that. That great will alert the guards.
With Ray,
Nice, I even got the camera ready, so we immediately got the camera out.
hundreds, if not thousands of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will
That should be it. If that's all 4 photos. But was that final hold section faster? Doesn't look like it. Nope.
We, the Marines,
Still behind. 3.7 seconds behind my best. Ugh. It's not good enough. It's just not good enough. Damn it. Do one more. One more attempt. Oh, but first, before we do one more attempt, Wavefly, Moth, whatever that was. I don't want to save it. I do want to have a look and see whether you can change the audio, the music volume. You can't go to the extra menu here. I'll just close the game down instead. I do have a mod for MGS2 where it bypasses the, you know, if you've got the master collection, you'll know you sort of go into a game selector for each game and you and there's extra options and stuff in there. I have a mod that bypasses it all and just loads the one version that you pick, which is really handy. Highly recommend it. Right, all I'm going to do is just load any save because this option menu is viewable here. No, you can only change the game volume. You can't differentiate between the music volume and the sound effect. So no, if blindfolded speedrunning, this will always be easier and better on the original PC version. Which is a shame because it would be nice to run it on this, but it's just there's no comparison. It will be so much easier, a much better experience. All right, one more try at this, and then we are going to call it a night. What a night it has been! Very, very appreciative of the two massive raids that. As a small streamer, I don't tend to get view accounts this high very often, so it is very much appreciated. Live split is being funky again, so we need to reset it. I do think it's something with the auto splitter. After it's finished too many times, this is the only game I ever have the issue with. Like after it finishes too many times,
All right, let's look at
it like goes, oh no, we've got problems now. If there's some memory leak or something like that. Right, so we'll reset. Load. Load this one. Tanker. Very easy. Wait on time. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's look
at your Metal Gear. God. You know, of course, if I did get back into blindfolded speedrunning, MGS2 would be up there.
freeze.
I don't know how MGS2 would be rough. Like, I'm just trying to blindfold, try and do the Shagohod blindfolded. That'd be horrible. Yay, right side Olga. I get a little bit of time save here.
I've been was born.
Bum, bum, bum.
I grew up on the battlefield.
Bum, bum, bum.
Conflict and victory were my parents.
Right, so shoot her in the head.
The unit is my life.
No. Okay, that was okay. If she stays here,
We've shared
sometimes when she does that, she stays. Oh, and she's gone down.
nothing except the unit.
Oh,
Nothing else matters to me.
terrible Olga fight. Terrible Olga fight. Nope, no drop. As far as blindfolded speedrunning outside of MGS2 is concerned, I know that MGS1 has been done. Twin Snakes has been done. The boss fights in MGS3 have been done, but not the full game. And I think that's it. I don't think there's been anything else Metal Gear blindfolded. Oh. Right, into the holds. Sorry, not into the holds, into deck 2. Holds is next.
Horizontal bridge checkpoint passed. All non-essential personnel report to the holds in 10 minutes' time for the scheduled briefing session with the Commandant. You are ordered to continue manning your posts until that time.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, I can't remember what it looks like. I can't remember what it looks like to shoot that guy, to do the hold up. And I just remember that the blindfolded method of doing it is to count to 3, so... Oh, look at that. So far behind already. No! Well, this is it. This is dead. Well, that was a nice finish. That's the best finish I've had in a while on this. Right, we might as well practice. Might as well practice the mag skip, mag ladder.
We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear.
Oh, we're done. That's it, folks. It's over for today. Thank you all for joining in. Oh dear. Well, that is it. Actually, going to be it for today's stream. Thank you all very much for joining in. I hope you've had fun. A huge thank you, of course, has to go to Jaguar King and Punchy for their 2 massive raids. As I said before, I'm a relatively small streamer. I'm pretty pleased if I can hit double digits most streams. So to suddenly have 600 people pile in is pretty impressive. So huge thank you to both of them. I will make sure that I tag them both on Twitter. We need to have a look at who we're going to raid. We've got a decent number of viewers watching right now, so we should definitely look to share that love. So I'm going to check who I'm following. My Stream Deck plugin for this doesn't always work very well. Oh, that'd be cool. Old friend of mine, Sorreless Joe, is ready. He's not a speedrunner. He's just a guy I went to uni with. I haven't spoken to him for ages. Hopefully I'm going to be seeing him next year at a wedding. He's also a relatively small streamer, so having a good like 90 odd people jump into his stream would be a nice surprise for him. So yeah, we're gonna raid Sorreless Show. He's currently playing Super Metroid for the first time ever. Super Metroid. So be gentle if you're a Super Metroid fan. Be gentle. I don't know if the stream's gone all funky now. My computer's struggling all of a sudden because I pushed a button. So yeah, that's good. So we're going to get on with this pretty swiftly in case that isn't what it is. So yeah, thank you all very much for joining in. I hope you've had a wonderful time here. Thank you so much again to Punchy and Jaguar King for the raids. Huge thank you to all of the new followers. Thank you so much for following. Check me out on Twitter, YouTube, all the search Nick RP Green wherever you go to search for stuff. And you will find me. So yeah, thanks all very much for joining in. Have a great couple of days. I'll be back on Thursday, 8 p.m. BST, 3 p.m. ET, if you want to come back and see some more. But until then, good night. If I can get this raid started. So after hitting that raid button, everything's kind of gone a bit funky. Check it on Twitch and see if I can hit the button. Otherwise, we're just going to awkwardly wait for the countdown timer. What has happened to my computer? It really did not like me pushing that button. Encoding overloaded.